وخطتو حرباتم ليتيم وحنيتوتهم لمزمرات وخطتو حرباتم ليتيم وحنيتوتهم لمزمرات لا يساقا يلقاي حرف فلا يلمدو عدم الحمام لا يساقا يلقاي حرف فلا يلمدو عدم الحمام وخطتو حرباتم ليتيم وحنيتوتهم لمزمرات وخطتو حرباتم ليتيم وحنيتوتهم لمزمرات لا يساقا يلقاي حرف ولا يلمدو عدم الحمام 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 ولا يلمدو
Well, welcome back, everyone, and welcome back, Graham. How are you doing?
Pretty good, Ariel. How you doing tonight?
All right. I started a new show. It's really good. It's kind of covers. I mean, it's like very tangential, but it's called The Devil in Ohio. It's interesting. I mean, it's obviously very polemic against anything that's basic. Well, not anything, but it's basically kind of presenting like, oh, there's this great group of, Satan worshipers, and it's kind of like they worship Satan because they don't worship God. And it's interesting, but it's also very, very Christocentric.
Makes sense. I was going to say, it's kind of hard to avoid Christ if you're doing Satan worship.
Well, but see, that's the thing. Apparently, it's something that has to do with, like this little cult or whatever. It has to do with like Gaelic traditions, but but Satan is a Semitic thing. Like
that doesn't mean you can't worship other gods just because you're Celtic, I suppose.
No, I guess the point is that they're basically just using the Celtic tradition as a mask for Satanism in the show.
Oh, so they're not like actually Satanists. They're sort of like Celtics, evil Celtic gods worshippers.
You see, honestly, I feel like the show wasn't that well written, but hey, I'm a sucker for clickbaity shows.
Well, you'll know it'd be totally clickbaity if they somehow bring in that Jeffrey Dahmer was part of their group.
No, it's completely fictional.
Okay. Well, I was going to say that was in Ohio too, so.
So, we talked about it a little bit last night, but basically that, well, so yeah, do you want to recap what we like capped off on last night?
Sure. Which part did you want me to start from? Because we had been working through. Yeah, I was going to say, you start the refresh and I'll take over.
Just about in those days, the angels of the Lord saw the daughters of men and that they were beautiful, and so they took them as wives, and they bore them children that were Lenephilim.
Right. Yeah, we were exploring that one, and one of the interesting things that we were discovering is that it seems like it was the sons of Noah that were marrying the daughters of angels. And that I thought was a very different take than what the traditional one I'd heard, where the Nephilim were the males marrying the daughters of men. So it'll be interesting to see how Jubilees handles that aspect. And
So
go
I
ahead.
think it's both. I might
What
be
do you mean?
wrong.
I was going to say we haven't had any male angel taking a female wife yet.
No, that's literally what we read like at the end last night, and what we're going to read today.
Oh, you mean the beginning of the next? I was wrapping up at the end of chapter. What was it, 4?
Well, yeah, but what I meant is what we capped off with was actually the start of this chapter.
Oh, okay. My bad. I was leading up to the cliffhanger.
No worries. So, for a few reasons, including that I wanted to just start a specific time, so I wanted to get everything in place. So I do need to just take care of like one or two things. Find the sources I was going to pull, because we're going to read Jubilees, but I also want to pull some extra sources. So in the meantime, I'm just going to put on. Shoot, I just had it up here. I have way too many tabs. Like I get attached to my tabs. All right, let's see. So here, present, share screen, Chrome tab. Here. So which one seems the best? So, oh shoot, no, that's too long. This is perfect. 10 minutes. Are the giants of old actually fallen angels? It was from a year ago.
Season feels just as good as all those other seasons.
It's the maximum refund we always wanted.
And we did it ourselves, just like we made these gingerbread taxmen.
It's not fair that I don't get to do taxes.
Upload last year's return to switch to H&R Block.
You know, it's kind of interesting if you think about it, how tax season is right after Christmas and right before Easter, right?
Yeah.
Like, just because of the whole thing that, you know, Jesus hung out with tax collectors.
No, it does. I was processing on significance there, because yeah, I was also thinking it's we come and collect from you right after you get all your Christmas presents.
Was.
I think her name was Rick Bill.
Yes, it was. It was from Morgan. Okay.
I think her name was Rick Bill.
Yes, it was. It was from Morgan. Okay, very good. So we're moving into the next question.
I think her name was Rick Bill.
Yes, it was. It was from Morgan. Okay, very good. So we're moving into the next question. We already have a caller on the line. Caller, what is your name and where are you calling from?
Hi, you guys can hear me well? My name is Isaac.
Isaac, how are you?
I'm doing good, and I'm calling from the Dominican Republic, actually.
Okay, very good.
Great.
Nice to have you here in Texas.
Thanks. First of all, I was kind of trying to make this call as a trial, because I was kind of.
Okay, very good.
Great.
Nice to have you here in Texas.
Thanks. First of all, I was kind of trying to make this call as a trial, because I have a huge setup here, and I wasn't sure if I was going to get through, but now I know it works. So you guys will have a following from the Caribbean.
Okay. Awesome.
Thanks all for your work. I mean, I'm a groupie of the show and the Rabbi, because I think the work you guys do and the work the Rabbi does is just awesome. So I'm really thankful. One question I have is, in an argument to justify the the storyline about the devil in the New Testament and all that, some Christians go back to the giants in Genesis as the fallen angels. I'd like to know what the rabbi's opinion is on that. It's kind of confusing to me. I can't get my head around it. So I'm going to hang up because it sounds really bad. I hope my question, and I'll just listen from the video on Google Plus.
You sound really good on our end, just to let you know. So that's great. Thank you, Isaac. We appreciate your support.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Shalom.
All right. So Isaac has called from the Dominican Republic asking about
very interesting.
About Satan, and the Christian concept of Satan is a free agent. We'll talk about that in a moment. And first of all, I want to thank you, Isaac, for calling. And I want to the Dominican Republic has fabulous waters for scuba diving. And also, on behalf of Major League Baseball, I'd like to thank the Dominican Republic for supplying about a disproportionate number of fabulous athletes. I'm kidding about that part. I'm not their spokesman.
Sorry.
Okay, so.
Okay, don't forget to not leave out the part about the Giants.
Okay, the Giants. So
thank you.
Actually, the word they're not giants. All these are really just rotten translations. First, the setup, Genesis 6. What are we encountering in this chapter? What is the function? What is Genesis 6 there for? Well, Genesis 6 is conveying to us why God destroyed the world, why the flood, which occurred in, I think, the year 1648 after creation. Why it occurred. So the first thing we're encountering, the first horrific sin, are those of the Nephilim. Nephilim. The word Nephilim does not mean giants. This is a word, both Nafal is a word that both in biblical Hebrew and in modern Hebrew means the same thing. And that means
someone who is fallen.
Nephilim, people who fell really bad.
So
and why?
Yeah, so this is important. The context that they're giants comes from something completely else. Like people end up it's kind of like how people end up mashing the idea of Cain, the descendants of Cain and the descendants of Canaan together because it's easy to, because of how similar they sound. But basically, the only argument you could really make that Nephilim means giant is that they're called the fallen ones because giants are so tall, and when they fall, they really fall. But I mean, that's really a stretch, to be completely honest. But that's not to say that the traditions calling them giants isn't from elsewhere. It's just not biblical in the same way. So you have to keep in mind that what we're reading now is very heavily influenced by Hellenistic culture.
Well, that prompts a question from me, Ariel. Is it called the Book of Nephilim that they found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, or was it a different word for giants at that point in time?
So it's actually, if I'm correct, it's the Book of the Watchers.
Okay.
And so the word for that is Shomrim, or the guard.
That's going to be different because I always heard the Book of the Watchers was part of Enoch 1. And the Book of the Giants was different than the Book of Watchers. It was related but different. That was my understanding. I could be wrong about that.
Also, so another thing that I thought you might find interesting. So, someone was talking about like this idea of like Scythian archers and missiles, like poison arrows or something, and that there's like this connection with I forget exactly what it was, but then I happened to realize when we were looking through the translations that Metushelach, it means either like a type, it means something to do with a dart or a missile. It's like but then there's a few possible meanings, but it's something that, sorry, I don't know off the top of my head. Okay, so the Book of Giants, you're saying?
Yeah, it's the Book of Giants, and the other one that I heard on Nephilim is I've also heard several people do a derivation from the idea of them being shining ones and light.
So let's see. So the Book of Giants is an antediluvian pre-flood narrative, which was featured primarily in Manichaean literature and known at Turfan. However, the earliest known traditions for the book originate in Aramaic copies of a Book of Giants found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. References to the Giants mythology are found in Genesis 6:1-4, 6:1-4, the Book of Enoch, Ethiopic, Slavonic, Hebrew, Greek, Jubilees, Genesis, Apocryphon 2, and 3rd Baruch, Slavonic, the Damascus document and visions in Daniel 7, 9, 14. All right, 7, 9 to 14. This book tells of the background and fate of these antediluvian giants and their fathers, the Watchers, called Grigori in the Slavonic, 2nd Enoch. The sons of God or holy ones in Daniel 4, 13 to 17, who rebelled against heaven when in forbidden violation of the strict boundaries of creation, they commingled in their lust with the daughters of men. So yeah, the thing that's important to keep in mind here is that, okay, I think, is it saying, okay, listen to this. There were even more corrupt offspring. The giants were variously called thereafter Nephilim, Giborim, or Rephaim. But the only problem with this, so Nephilim, it means someone who's fallen. It could mean fallen from grace as well. Giborim means heroes, and Rephaim means healers. These are probably, in all honesty, these are probably referring to some sort of some cultural or priesthoods or something, or some sort of religious role, for all we know. That it's this idea of being that you would have the rulers who are viewed as gods in their own right, who would choose the daughters of men, basically the commoners, and then they would they'd basically try and create demigods. I mean, given they were just completely egotistical, thinking that they could do that. But I mean, some of the stuff that Almon's been talking about, especially within the context of the Medusa and Athena, I think that there might be a good argument that this could be a similar case.
Well, the pickup that I'm getting is the idea of that's a separate culture where the warrior what they divided to warrior, priest, healer.
So you have Nephilim, which means fallen, or I mean we can look at that etymology, but Giborim means heroes or warriors, yeah. And then Rephaim is healers. So Rapha, Rapha means healer, but it also means sunken, I think. And
here's what I'm picking up on there, Ariel, is I'm picking up on the general fallen concept for the Nephilim, and then we have our split into two groups of the ones that heal and the ones that hurt, where you have the warriors, the healers, and then the warriors who can do the hurting in that way, and then you have the healers. And the healers, the reason it has the going down, I see, is tying into what I see as a tradition that predates agriculture of basically the therapeutae, where you have the healing pools. And that's sort of, because that dates back well before writing and well before agriculture, as far as I can tell.
The only thing to keep in mind is that it's kind of like with Chesed or Gevurah. Just because you have something that's for instance, Rapha, it means to heal, but it also means to sink or to cause to sink low. And then Gibor, it could mean to be mighty, but it could also mean a hero. And so a hero could either be someone who commits great violence or saves people from great violence.
Right, and I'm seeing that as a duality division of the warrior being external and the hero being an internal focus. Sort of a division of labor there.
Interesting. But yeah, I mean, I tend to think that, there are multiple levels you can read this. If you're reading this on the heavenly level, then yeah, this is probably referring to, the Watchers. And the reason he doesn't want to is because it, he has a vested theological interest in portraying it a certain way. But I think that when you're dealing with it on a human level, it's 100%, he's 100% correct. So he's not wrong. He's just also not 100% right.
Yeah, I'm sort of trying to deal with it there. My analysis there was sociological, where I'm dealing with it as sort of like a society function and looking at the society as a being in and of itself as well.
Interesting.
Why did they fall? What does this mean? These are people of enormous power, people of influence, people who had so much power that they were able to exploit those who were weak. And you guessed it. What did they do with this power? These people of these elite men. Well, they raped women. They forced women who were weaker than them, that didn't have the influence that they possessed. They raped them and forced them to have children that these women didn't want to have with them.
Okay, so
And this was a
okay, so just to
could you
clarify, you're
stop here,
saying that
Ariel?
the Nephilim we're not angels. We're not fallen angels.
no.
They're just normal.
Yeah, no, at this point, I see Rabbi Singer as really projecting into the past here, because my take on it wasn't that the women were at all unwilling. It's basically it was the Nephilim were playing on the concept of hypergamy, where they were, being so much more powerful, they were able to offer the women a bigger, better deal. And hey, if you can have more money, better outfit for your kids, cuter kids, that's usually what a woman will jump for. So I think Rabbi Singer is kind of going off onto a limb I can't follow him on when he's talking about there was actual rape and forcing and violence involved in this. Are you tracking somewhat with me there, Ariel?
There is evidence for that in some of the texts, because this idea that here, I mean, we'll see it when we actually read it, because it's also contextual. Like, it's not just like I mean, I definitely see what you're saying. He's inserting that in from basically it doesn't say that right in that part, but the idea is that because of this action, it caused great violence upon the earth.
Oh no, I 100% agree. That sort of thing is going to do that because, one, they're taking the best women away from the regular men there. So that's going to cause huge source of stresses. You're going to cause that competition for mates, which always happen, to become much worse. You can easily see how that simple act in and of itself, even without violent rape, is going to produce violence and rape eventually in the long run, even if that wasn't the initial thing with the way the Watchers got their wives.
So I think what you have to keep in mind is the power imbalance, because you have angels and then you have humans. And the humans are basically, it's kind of like the same, like that's probably where you get this idea that, Eve being seduced by the serpent, if the serpent was actually an angel, then there's this idea that, well, he had so much more knowledge than her. Like, basically, he was like an adult compared to her. She was like a child when it came to knowledge. And so I think you could find a similar argument that even if it's not like violent, it still is coercive.
Oh no, I will 100% agree with coercive. I'm not, and that's the thing I was saying is, I just can't go quite with where Rabbi Singer's going with it, and you actually sparked something that a major thought in me there, which is where you're having the Eve sort of temptation. Now it's happening on a societal level. Before it was an individual woman with Eve, and now you're having large groups of women succumbing to temptation with the Watchers, and that producing problems. Are you picking up that return on a higher level sort of Ouroboros thing that I'm looking at there, Ariel?
Yeah, but keep in mind, it seems to be fine when the sons of Adam sleep with the daughters of the angels, but it's only a problem when the daughters of Adam are sleeping with the sons of angels.
That's a huge catch. I caught that as well, and that's something we're going to have to pay attention to as to why the one is okay and the other's a problem.
It's the same reason why it says that you're not allowed to marry off Israelites to foreigners, like Israelite daughters to foreigners, but there's an allowance to marry foreign women.
It's probably related to that one. I still say, as far as in the context of the text, that the difference is something we need to pay attention to see where it shows up in the text and what the meanings we can extract from it.
And then Jody says, "Oh, Graham, talk about the foreskin suit again."
Well, I was going to say, when it comes to that, it always comes back to the foreskin suit, right?
I guess so.
The concept doesn't make sense because, as it turns out, if the Nephilim were angels, the word malach, angels, is not in this chapter. If they were angels,
good point. Yeah,
this would be the greatest injustice in human history. Because, as it turns out, the flood did not affect angels. Just stop for that. That means, wow, that would be like a sickest Bible in the world. Oh, angels rape women. Well, that's so Zeusian. Zeus Zeus was, that's all he did basically, is run around with everybody else's wife and looking for virgins to produce emperors of Rome, or to produce, Greek gods and Hercules and so on. No, if angels were the ones who were raping women, how crazy is that? Well, that means the Bible is a trash heap, because that would mean that they went around raping women and they weren't even punished for it. That means angels weren't affected by the flood.
Good point.
So what that would be insane. The whole purpose of Genesis 6 is to convey to us how depraved the world had become, how people have fallen to sin. So it begins with what we're seeing all around us, and that is men in a position of enormous power, abusing people who are weak, raping their bodies, using their bodies to produce children for their own pleasure and to produce children for them. And these women are being used. Like we see that going on in the Middle East, where they're taking people from the Far East, and these women are just raping them, and the human market. That's what we're being told in Genesis 6 about. Genesis 6, we are told the first sin is described of people who were in a position of power. The literal B'nai Elohim, they're like people who really were powerful men. Okay. And they use that power for what? For good? No. There are people who are given that name who did use it for good. You'll find that in Exodus, the judges, people who taught Torah, they didn't exploit it, but these people did exploit their powers. Therefore, they went from up here and they spiritually went down here by defiling victims. And that is one of the series of sins that are outlined for us in Genesis chapter 6 that give us some sense of how depraved the world was, that the flood came and God would rebuild the human race through 8 people: Noah, his wife, and his 3 children and their wives. And that's what it is. So therefore, if it's a fallen angel, just think about it, it doesn't make sense. Then God's a psycho.
Right.
Because it means because the angel, so that means that what is it? It's not just barbaric, it doesn't make sense. That means the whole function of Genesis 6 is God is saying, I'm going to punish these people who have committed these crimes, thievery, all this stuff. And then what? It introduces us to angels who actually are not punished.
Mm-hmm.
It does. I mean, beyond being, psychotic. I mean, and what's tragic is there are a lot of atheists out there who think this. That means they're taught this concept of scripture, and that's what they're rejecting and becoming atheists. You want why do people become atheists? Because they really think, they're told, they're raised in the Anglican Church. They're raised in some kind. They go, angels, like God brought a flood and angels came down and had relations with women, raped women, and they weren't punished. Of course they become atheists.
Rabbi, you bring up another question. You were talking about Noah and his family. There's a tradition, a midrash on Og and how he. What's your thought on that?
I can't. There's a midrash that there was another survivor, someone who clung on to the side of the boat. It's important to understand that midrashic literature generally, it depends. There are different types of it. It's going. But here's the point. Midrashic literature uses parabolic language, and therefore it is not to be read like other sacred literature. It is not to be read in a hyper-literal way that Moses was 40 feet tall. That means that this information in the Midrash is very important. Our scroll has done a wonderful job of providing a commentary to help you understand what these parables are trying to convey, but it's a different genre of literature, and it's not to be taken to be read in the same. Just like the book of Proverbs should not be read like the book of Deuteronomy. Okay,
right.
When Proverbs describes wisdom walking down the street, well, wisdom isn't walking down the street. It's a different genre of literature. So therefore, these texts doesn't mean that that these things, none of it is literally correct, but this is a type of genre of literature that doesn't necessarily mean that we take it literally. It's just studied very differently. Like, as I said, as wisdom literature would be written. It's not a question of true and not true. It's just a question of what kind of grammar is it using? What do words mean? They mean something very different in different types of Midrashic literature.
So that was interesting, but yeah, he definitely is ignoring a lot of things. You there? Hello? Graham? Oh, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. No, what I wanted to say is one of the things that jumped out to me is something that I noticed as a major difference in the metric that respective metrics Rabbi Singer and I use is he seems to be using a standard of if he doesn't understand and interpret how the verse is interpreted, he's going to reject pretty much an interpretation. And it's sort of the idea of, it's sort of like God took these actions, and if they don't make sense to me, I'm going to reject the interpretation where those actions don't make sense. And I take the approach of, I don't reject that interpretation as wrong. I sit there and try to go with my best fit interpretation. If my best fit is something that doesn't make sense to me, I sort of accept it as like provisional until I can find a way to have it make sense. Do you see that difference where the other one, it seems like I'm trying to project my opinion onto the text and onto God, as opposed to sitting there and accepting both my limitations and the limitations of other people who have tried to interpret.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see what you mean.
And again, it's just a difference of approach there. He's using something that I don't, and it's the it's just where I'm going to come into a little bit of conflict with him when he goes out on limbs that I'm not willing to follow.
So here's Genesis 6. So Vayehi ki hechel. So and it was that hechel hadam. What's hechel? When humanity started larov to increase al pnei ha'adama, upon the face of the earth, ubanot yuldu lahem, and daughters were born to them. Vayiru bnei ha'elohim, and the sons of God saw et benot ha'adam, the daughters of man, ki tovat, that they were good, hena, that they were good, vayikachu, and they took lahem, them, nashim, they took them, women, mikol asher bachru, like women from all that they chose, or that they bachar, that they chose, selected. So there's definitely this idea of a power differential, and it's while you do have this word vaikach, that's used when the people who were mentioned before, when the brothers take their sisters as wives, that word is used there. But the difference is, I mean, I guess you could argue there isn't anything that implies a type of sexual violence, but he must be referencing some sort of tradition that is not directly in there.
Yeah, no, and as you notice, I'm 100% signing off on there's like basically an infinite power difference there that the Watchers were taking advantage of, and they were clearly wrong to do so. But I'm just saying that an aspect of that difference, one, it was more than sexual. It was also all other sorts of power involved too. And I don't see it as violence in a sexual manner that happened there, but I do see that violence was it's sort of like violence is the result of the emotional response to the power difference and the frustration over it, if that makes sense to you.
Mm-hmm. So Jody said, no, he's picking the commentaries he believes are correct rather than just making it up. He's picking a valid side of the discussion, and then so that you are grabbing from your own beliefs. I mean, I think that it, like, everyone has their own perspective to it, but like his perspective isn't isn't invalid. I think he's just ignoring the ones that aren't like the most Orthodox, which I mean, there's a reason for that. It's because he's an Orthodox Jew.
And I was going to say, to pick up on what Jody's talking about, it sounds like her criticism of me is Rabbi Singer has chosen his hill. He's planting his hill to die on that one, and picking one side of the synthesis or anti-synthesis of a point. And I'm not willing to pick either unless I have some sort of mathematical proof. All I'm willing to do is say, this is my best fit at the moment. If you give me something better, I'll switch to that hill. And it's like, seems like Jody is sort of like, that people should be going one of the two. This is that critical theory problem I'm talking about. People should pick one of the two sides, pick their guns, and start shooting at each other. And if you notice, I'm not sitting here and taking shots at Rabbi Singer. I'm just saying where I don't agree with him, and where, it's like I agree with him on a lot of the stuff he says. I'm just saying some of the parts where he's going left, I'm going right at a point, and saying that that's going to make a difference in this. I'm not being negative at him or taking shots. I'm saying he's going that way and I'm going this way, which is kind of how I always felt that the Jewish pluriform interpretation was supposed to go. And it seems like somehow I'm getting criticized for taking that approach. You know what I'm saying, Ariel?
I mean, again, you have to keep in mind that Orthodox Judaism is a modern thing. It's not ancient.
Oh, so you're saying that picking a single interpretation and saying that's the one interpretation is sort of a modern take on Judaism that sort of they've interpreted from the more of the secular society?
Kind of, yeah. Here, that would actually be a. Oh, let's see. Wait 1 second. So, one thing I do want to do, I want to get started, but then we can watch a video on this, basically talking about. Let's see, what is it?
Yeah, because where I grew up, it was pretty. You can look for it. I was going to say where I grew up, it was pretty much divided between the Orthodox and the liberal. There weren't any, Hasidim or anything around.
So, yeah, I'll pull it up in a moment. Let's just go. Okay, so we're here. So, can you see this?
Yeah.
Let's see. Jody said, even among the Jews, many beliefs in one pool that oppose each other. Oh, 100%. And then William said, yes, Jody, even in the state of Israel allows 9 different sects to have right to return. I wonder which ones those are. I mean, I don't know exactly how you're quantifying that, William, but that would be interesting to see.
I was going to say, I'm actually kind of interested, too, as to what would qualify as a sect of Judaism. What differentiates one from another, what takes it to qualify as one. Just, again, just out of random curiosity as to how they define things. I'm always interested in stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I've never heard of that before. It just seems like if you're halakhically a Jew, that, which is an issue because of the fact that there's people who would like basically what is halakhically Jewish, because that it like basically it gets tricky because you have laws that were written at a certain time that were written post exile, but then now all of a sudden we are living in different contexts. So it's like, do any of those change? And is it only the most extreme people who should get the right to determine who is considered? It's like it's what's this? Is it metaphorical or just normal thing? Oh, metaphysical. Oh, what do you mean? Anyway,
well, I was going to say on that changing the definitions, what the problems you run into is, do you grandfather in everybody under the old definition? Because otherwise some of them can all of a sudden not be Jewish. It seems like you have to do that one, but then it's all sorts of problems. Once you start trying to live too rigidly by definitions, you start having problems.
Yeah, it's like the spirit of the law versus the word of the law, or letter of the law.
Exactly. Couldn't have said it better, Ariel.
All right, so wait, hold on. Wait. Trying to think. Here, I just need to get something in mind. Would that work? Vayeki החולו בני האדם לרוב, על פני כל האדמה ובנות ילדו להם. ויקרא מלאכי האלוהים בשנה אחד ליובל, הזה כי טובותינה למראה, ויקוחו אותו להם לשנים מכל אשר בחרו, ותלתנה להם בנים אשר והיו לנפלים. Yeah, I don't even know what I was going off of there. I actually need to hear something. Let's see. Oh, so that wouldn't be sects. That would be communities. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's a good point. Some people do. That's not a good song either to do it for. Let's see.
I was going to say that Jody's there using the word believe, and it's sort of like, it doesn't matter what people believe. Things are what they are.
Yeah.
They can believe they are that way, or they could be wrong believing other way.
All right, let's see. Wait. Let's see. Sorry, I'm like I need to get something in my head. I just need to look up. I have like a bunch of music on my phone. I just need to find one tune that I know well, and then I goes. But yeah, I mean, there are a lot of Jews who are like, that's the thing. There is no one way of being a religious Jew, because there never was.
Well, I was going to say, I think most of the priests and rabbis in the past would argue there was one way, and the Jewish people kept falling away from that, and that was the whole problem.
Wait, what's this? No act in faith. There is only belief, no proof. Sorry, I don't follow exactly. But what was it you were saying, Graham?
Oh, I was saying that I think some of the priests and rabbis would disagree with you that there is one way for the Jewish people to follow. And the whole problem is that the Jewish people just wouldn't do it and kept falling away.
No, that literally rabbis. It's part of rabbinic tradition to recognize that there isn't only one way to be Jewish.
Oh, I'm kind of half joking there in the past, where that was basically what the prophets kept saying. It's like, you people had a way to worship, you violated that, now you suffer the consequences.
I see. All right, anyway, so
no, I agree. I'm talking in the old days, back before the prophets were sealed and everything. Nowadays, exactly since the temple fell in 70.
ויחמס ולא את הארץ וכל הבשר השחית, אין תרחו מאדם, עד בהמה עד חיית הארץ עד עוף השמיים, ועל כל הרמס על האדמה, כולם שחיתו את החטא. I need to choose one I know better. Sorry. Wait. Let's see. Oh. Let's see. Okay, that'll work. Where was I? Oh yeah, there. So, כולם השחיתו את אחם ואת צדרם, ויכלו לטרוף איש את אחיו והחמאס מילוא את הארץ וכל יוצר מחשבות לבני אדם. היה רק רע כל היום ויורא אלוהים את הארץ והנה נשחטה וכל בשר השחית את סדרו ויעשו כולם את הרע בין כל אשר בארץ ויאמר למה אחות את האדם וכל בשר אשר ברא על פני האדמה ונוח לבדו מצא חן בעיניו ועל מלאכיו אשר שלח על הארץ חרפו מאוד ויאמר להשתמדם ויאמר עלינו נסרה אותה בעמיקי האדמה והנה הנם מסורים בתוכם מפורדים ועל ביניהם יוצא הדת מאת פניו למחוצה אותם בחרב ולכלותם מה תחת השמיים. So let's see, where were we? So it was that that the children of man started to increase upon the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, and they saw and the angels of the Lord saw in the first year of this Jubilee that they were good to limara, to look at. And they took them lahem for they took them for them lenashim. They took them for them to be wives mikol asher bachru, from all those that they chose, and they bore them sons that were lenephilim, that were for so like len nephilim, it means that they were for falling, or they were for falling ones, or to fall. I mean, it's interesting because it's not hayu nephilim, it's hayu le nephilim, but we'll get into that later. And violence filled the earth, and all the flesh, all flesh was corrupt. Shachit was corrupted or perverted. At Darcho was perverted from or perverted in its way from Adam all the way until the beast, or the cattle, until the life of the earth, until the birds of the heavens, and until all that crawls upon the earth. All of them were corrupted in their ways and their orders. Maybe it's talking about species, I'm not 100% sure. And they began to devour ish et achav, a man would devour his brother, achav. So it's literally saying that that a man would eat his own brother.
Yeah, no, I'm tracking with this one. I'm seeing some stuff that like to dig into a little bit deeper. What exactly are they talking about when they're saying lawlessness?
Let's see. So this word is literally violence. So this word Hamas, interestingly enough, I'm pretty sure that the group is like the terrorist group is actually I'm pretty sure that it's an acronym. But it also means to wrong, to do violence to treat violently, do wrongly, to treat violently, do wrong, physical or ethical wrong, or physical and ethical wrong, violence, wrong, cruelty, injustice. Finally, one does not say to another man, kill that man, but attack. Thou provokest me to speak harshly because thou seest the wicked government Rome robs and extorts. Each generation with its violent men, part, past, comos. Violence to be ruined, like a garden to the spring, which has been ruined so that its vegetables fade. Of beasts or prey, to seize with fangs, scratch with nails. Let's see. To do violence to oneself, to restrain oneself in a certain context. Basically, violence, extortion. It's basically this is the reason why this happens right after the angels sleep, or the sons of God sleep with the daughters of men. So that's probably the reason why people read into it that it must have been, forcible.
Right. No, and what I'm seeing is that there was inherently going to be some violence on the earth naturally. Again, you got carnivores, that's going to happen. But what happened is, as a result of the interbreeding, that increased, and that was sort of like a cancer at that point. It's kind of how I'm taking a cancer in a societal earth, sort of spiritual cancer.
So it says they began to multiply before they bred with the giants or with the angels.
Right,
So,
right. Because what I'm interpreting here is you have everything set up. The angels basically gave some daughters, some wives to some of the sons of Adam, and now you're having men. And again, you're back down to men as opposed to named people. Men populating the earth. And you have men and their daughters. So you have men and women populating the earth as opposed to some of the names that we had before. And you're having the angels, who are named beings, looking down on them and saying, hey, that looks pretty good. Let me go hit that. And basically at this point in time, you're seeing the angels, who are still the same beings. They're going down, and now instead of inserting a female role into it for the males, they're taking the male role, and they're basically taking wives out of the women rather than contributing females in order to become wives for the men. And at that point in time, that's what kicked off the power indifference and the giants. Are you tracking it all with that?
Yeah. So let's see where we so. And violence filled the whole world, filled the world, and all that was formed, or no, all inclination, all inclination of thought, or every imagination of the heart was in the children of Adam. They were only evil all the day, or all the time, or kol hayom, at all times, basically. And and God saw, Elohim saw the earth and beheld that it was corrupted, and all flesh was corrupted, and and the orders were what's it saying? Oh, and it's saying the kolbas, and all flesh had corrupted all the orders, and had done to them evil in his eyes. All as everything as on earth, or here it's saying all that were upon the earth had wrought all manner of evil before his eyes. And he said, Lemachot, I will to strike the man, or to strike humanity and all flesh. I will create upon the face. Wait, was it? It's saying this is saying man and all flesh that is created upon the earth I will strike. Okay, interesting. V'Noach livdo matzachen be'enav, and Noah alone found favor in his eyes, or grace, I guess. and on malachav, and upon his work, and against the angels, against what's this, Malachav, against his angels. Oh, okay, against his angels that Shalach, that were sent al haaretz upon the earth. Harafu, his right wrathful anger was great, and he said lehamash lashem sham, what's this, lehish mayadam. Oh wow, he's saying and he said, you will here it's saying he gave the commandment to root them out of their dominion, but literally it's saying that like he told to them they will be destroyed. And he said to us, Ne'asara, he told us to bind otam, them, be'amike, in the depths, ha'adama, the depths of the earth, vehine hanem, and there behold, asurim bakatuv, there they are bound, mifuradim. They're bound bekutav. They're bound in the midst of the depths separately, or kept separate. Interesting. So we're almost done here. So and upon upon their children, or against their children, will go out like judgment. Yeah, judgment or law. Great judge. By the way, this word is a Persian loan word, so we know that this is definitely, Hellenistic. So against them will go out great judgment upon the face, or like panav, before their face, lemachutz, to end them, otam, becherev, by the sword, and all of them matachat, will be under the heavens. Or okay, so here it's saying, and against their sons went forth a command from before his face that they should be smitten with a sword and be removed from under the heaven. So here, tell me when to stop.
Whenever you're comfortable, because I got stuff we can start discussing at any point here, Ariel.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean like here. So I'm looking through this. So tell me if there's anything here that you want to discuss. Like here, I'll just read you the translation that it has, and you tell me. Or I mean, like, are you able to see the screen that's up here?
I'm having issues with my computer, so I can't see the screen through StreamYard. So I have my phone up, and I'm looking through it on the phone when you get to it. So there's a slight delay in that sense.
All right. So do you have any thoughts on anything that we just read?
Yeah, the one that I'm particularly intrigued by is this concept of orders. Because they've used that at least, they used that twice.
Here, so I'm gonna pull something up for this. Let's see. BDB online. Oh shoot, I just made it in a different. Okay, here. Choose tab. So what's the word we're looking for again?
Orders.
Oh right, sadar. So sadar. So sadaru, arrange in order. Sidru, sidirtu, arrange, order. Seder, arrangement, order. Sedra, row or rank of soldiers in line. Mistron, porch or colonnade. Basically, it's like it's set in or. Wait, is this saying it can be spelled? But yeah, basically it just means an order, or I think that has to do with the idea of a species, right?
I don't know. The sense that I'm getting out of it is a hierarchy, and sort of you're trying to jump your place in line. It's like you're not following the orders you're supposed to. You're trying to give orders when you shouldn't. That's the sort of sense I'm getting from it. And basically, it's like flesh is supposed to follow, you have like basically the idea of, flesh and intelligence and spirit, and it's like all of a sudden flesh is taking precedence over, say, spirit, and the hierarchy is getting corrupted is the sort of sense I'm getting out of that. Are you tracking with that at all?
A little bit, yeah. So dang, we just missed 420, but whatever. So I'm trying to see if there's wait, so said there. Let's see.
And the other one is I'm curious on the sense of devourer I'm getting out of this is more of a draining, sapping vampire-like as opposed to inherently just eating in a cannibal sense.
I mean, it's probably both.
And that's why I said more. I'm getting more of the one than the cannibal sense. Since again we're talking pluriform, so.
All right, so
it's basically it's like they're going to take advantage of each other in any way they can. They're going to not just eat their flesh; they're going to steal their money. Take their puppy. Steal the car. Whatever they can get from them, they're going to do.
So here, this video explains the difference in the movements because I feel like that's something that a lot of people, even Jews, don't quite understand.
Okay.
In the early 1800s in Germany, most big cities had an all-powerful chief rabbi appointed by the government and charged with making Jewish decisions.
Oh, 1 second. What's this?
Oh, one thing,
yeah.
Ariel. Are they're trying to basically say the rabbi in each city was appointed by the government and basically responsible and answerable to the government? I'm not going to criticize one way or another, just making sure of the facts here.
Right. So basically what it was is that what is it? So they would collect the taxes from the community collectively, and so it had less to do. Basically, it had less to do with religious things and more to do with like political. The appointment of chief rabbis. But again, this is after you're dealing with emancipation in Europe. You don't have this prior because before then, you'll have like in Spain you had Rab de la Court, you had the rabbi of the court. But at the end of the day, it was much more of a political appointment than it was a religious one.
Okay, no, I'm taking that American sensibility of the idea of the government's dictating which leaders you can have and which ones you can't to a religion, and it's going to be inherently a little grating to my sensibility.
Oh, I mean, definitely. You think the Jews liked it?
I don't think the Jews have liked many governments they've been under for thousands of years.
So vaguely agnostic says Asherah's orchard question. At this time, had there been any laws put in place according to the Bible? It describes abhorrent behavior, but no government, no divine law. So I mean, apparently there was like some stuff that was told to Adam, but that's like a whole rabbit trail that I'm not 100% sure about. I mean, I guess the implication is because this is something that only starts to happen after they interbreed with the angels or the sons of God. So maybe the implication is that basically that the corruption was not just a physical but a moral corruption by the sons of God. It's this idea that the sons of God left their station in the heavens and debased themselves. Not to say that humanity is debased, but basically they sought after the flesh when really they were supposed to be guiding or helping the people on earth. And so it's kind of, they transgressed that boundary. And so by doing so, they kind of reversed what they were, like their purpose.
No, I think you're dead on that, Ariel. And the other one I would build off of that is it's sort of like the king of Mali with all the gold when he went traveling through Africa on pilgrimage one time, where he basically destroyed what's that?
Mansa Musa?
Yeah, where he destroyed the economies of basically everywhere he went because he had so much gold. Everything just boomed and crashed and and it seems like that's the sort of thing is as long as the watchers were keeping to themselves and riding herd, humanity was going along, and that's that order, that hierarchy, watchers above watching over the unnamed men and women doing their thing. And the problem was when they jumped in there and started jumping the layers, because now you had something, flesh was getting promoted above stuff. And that's when it's sort of like the guy coming through there. You had that induced an inherent power imbalance.
So I think it's also really important to look at this in a historical context as to, well, who called themselves the sons of God or the sons of the gods, and that they were, or that they were children of God, and so that they would take the women whoever they want. It's literally talking about kings and emperors, like especially like the ones who claim divine descent. I mean, this could be describing Julius Caesar. This could be describing trying to think. I mean, like
you're gonna. It's more like you're gonna have to find the ones that it doesn't apply to, because virtually all of them that mattered, they claimed divine descent. Even the ones that weren't successful, they had to claim divine descent in order to get to throw their hat in the ring. It's like the price of admission.
So William says, I believe that the flesh is interconnected with El Shaddai, which is not evil, but part of God, divinity, or source. But the purpose of the Book of Jubilees, in my opinion, is to have a sense of what the extremes look like. That's an interesting way of looking at it.
No, I agree. That definitely is an interesting take on it.
I don't know what this means, but I just starred it, so you have a star, whatever that means.
Even acting as a judge in Jewish matters. If you were Jewish, you were supposed to listen to the guy. In each city, there was just one synagogue and one chief rabbi. This didn't sit well with a bunch of Jews influenced by Enlightenment ideas. They wanted to apply scientific study to Judaism, which was known as the Wissenschaft des Judentums. Their main goal was to promote morality.
Wissenschaft des Judentums is one of my favorite words I learned in university. I mean, not really. It's just, it sounds so funny. So Wissenschaft is science. Des Judentums is like of Judaism.
Rather than a religion mostly based on supernatural claims. A reform of Judaism, if you will. And in modernizing their traditions, they hoped it would prove they could be treated as equal citizens with equal rights, as talked about in the previous video on emancipation. Some of their first changes were in the prayer book. They took out references to Jerusalem being their true home because they felt at home in Germany and weren't dreaming of returning to Jerusalem. They heard sermons in German rather than drashes in Yiddish. They stopped wearing
So this is huge because the thing is, there's a lot, like at the end of the day, I don't think that you have to, support the policies of the state of Israel in order to be Jewish or to follow Judaism. Like that's stupid to say. But on the other hand, to claim that, this idea of the right, or not the right, but like the idea of returning to the land, anyone who says it's not in Judaism is honestly kidding themselves. The question is, once you're in that land, what does that look like? And like literally reading the Torah, you see there's this idea of the ger toshav, the sojourner in the land, or like basically like migrants. There's idea of people who are like of the land, but they're of different tribes, and you have like administration over them, but you're still supposed to treat them, equally. And like this is all talked about in the Talmud. So people who try and use it as a one or the other thing, like you either have to support everything that the government does, or you're or you hate Israel. Like that's there are people who make that argument on both sides, where you'll have people on one side where it's like, oh well, because you even have a little bit of a nuanced opinion, you must love Israel and not love Palestinians. And then on the other hand, you have people who are like, oh, well, because you have a nuanced opinion, that means you don't truly love Israel and you must just care about social justice. And it's like so idiotic because it's literally down the middle. It's the middle path. And people who pretend like it's one or the other are just completely denying reality.
Be careful there, Ariel. If you sit there and nuance yourself too much in the middle, you're just going to get shot at from both sides of the Hatfield-McCoy feud.
Oh, yeah, I haven't said what I believe, but I think that's the nice thing. At the end of the day, it's like, I mean, see, like I'm not speaking on politics. I'm speaking about religion here. Like you can't deny that that the way that you treat people that are in the same land as you, that's so important to Judaism, and so is the land of Israel. So it's like at the end of the day, it'd be another. That's one of the reasons why I never wanted. Well, I wanted to, and then I realized I didn't want to because of the way things were going. I got involved in politics, but at the end of the day, this is the reason why I'm getting involved in religious studies, because there's people who will try to make religion one thing or the other when they're denying that it's both. Because it's like it's so clear. Anyone with an objective standpoint can see that there might be things that aren't the best, because there was in a ancient context. But at the end of the day, there's this idea that you don't just because a land supposedly just because a land is said to be given to you by God, that doesn't mean that you can treat other people in it any less than you.
No, I agree. I was going to say one of the things that jumped out to me as interesting here is putting on my hair shirt and grabbing nice fistful of locusts here and putting on my my preacher costume, prophet costume, is the idea that what was happening there as they abandoned using Hebrew and went to German, as they stopped the whole their traditions, that's very much like the traditional falling away from Judaism, just waiting to be punished by God for their transgressions. And I could see some people doing the interpretation, again, not signing off on it, not coming close to it, where much of what happened in the 20th century was a reaction to their falling away in transgressions in the previous century, sort of like what happened in the 600-700s BC with their comeuppance and other times. Does that track with you at all, Ariel?
What do you mean? What happened 100 years before this?
No, 100 years after it.
The
Reform movement, that falling away and adopting German rather than Jewish and stuff, basically leading to the persecution of Jews during the 20th century.
But that isn't. See, at the end of the day, that's basically arguing that Jews being even a little bit represented in society leads to their persecution. That's a really dangerous argument to make.
And that's why I was making it specific that I was grabbing my locust and my hair shirt and saying that's what those retro going into the past prophet sort of things would do, where you pick out.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Where because sitting here in the 21st century, looking back at these people in the 19th century, saying, "Hey, you deciding you wanted to speak German and doing all this German stuff, that's the reason why your grandkids suffered so much they did 100 years ago."
That's literally the argument that some ultra-Orthodox rabbis will make. It's disgusting.
Then that's what I'm pointing out is the logic, the factual logic behind the disgusting, incorrect argument. That's all I wanted to say there, Ariel. It needed to get sort of like a wound. It needs to get opened, aired out, so that it can heal.
Definitely, yeah. So Jody says, is there much to be said of the city of Enoch and the four carpenters within Jewish stories? One of them is, being metalsmithing and speaks of war, Tubal Cain and all. Interesting. I wonder if we'll get into it. I think probably will. Or is the mention a throwaway? Not 100% sure. It might be something that's mentioned in a different text. William says, the middle path is a good path. Have you heard of wizard speak? It is written in some occult literature that one may read right to left to right, and diagonally. I mean, that's interesting because that's the way that Greek used to be written, and arguably probably Hebrew as well, that it's like right to left, then left to right to left, like it switches off. Shavua Tov. Oh yeah, Shavua Tov Usal. Actually, here, this is a perfect, here, 1 second.
I was going to say the other one that I would throw that they're talking about is the idea of kenning from the Norse idea is interesting, where you mention something without mentioning it. It's implied, because that's always how they would refer to their gods, is multiple sort of veiled references where Thor isn't that they don't say Thor, it's the Thunderer, and Loki's the trickster, and they would get various different combinations of that to emphasize aspects of the deity. It's a rather interesting way that we lose in our translations.
Mm-hmm. Wait. Oh, Usal saying so gross about the interpretation. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, Shavua Tov. It's I don't keep Shabbos, but I mean, maybe when I actually have a community that I feel comfortable around enough that like I don't. Not that I'm not comfortable around my community. It's just everyone's been sick lately.
I term something like that, Ariel. When the spirit tells you it's right, you'll do it.
Yeah.
One, 2, 3. It's time. ליהודים הייתה אורה ושמחה וששון ויקר, כן תהיה לנו. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei minei besamim borei minei besamim Amen. Lai lai la 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 lai 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 la 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 lai lai ya la lai 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 ya la lai lai ya la lai Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei meorei ha'esh borei meorei ha'esh Amen. Lai lai la 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 lai 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 la 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 lai lai ya la lai 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 ya la lai ya la lai Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam המבדיל בין קודש לחול, בין אור לחושך, בין ישראל לעמים, בין יום השביעי לששת ימי המעשה. ברוך אתה אדוני, המבדיל בין קודש לחול.
Amen.
Eliyahu Hanavi, Eliyahu Hatishbi, Eliyahu, Eliyahu, Eliyahu Hagiladi. Bimhera beyamenu yavo enenu Imoshiach ben David Imoshiach ben David Eliyahu Hanavi Eliyahu Hatishbi Eliyahu 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 Hagiladi.
So yeah, it also just reminded me of that thing we discovered before. How you have the the Bure Priya Gafen. So you have the water, you have the the wine, you have the spices, the smell. So it's the water, air, and then the fire, which is the vision, and then you have Hamavdil bin Kodesh Lachol, the separation, which is like you could connect it to like knowledge, the ability to distinguish.
No, very cool. Yeah, no, it definitely hits all five of the senses. You got all sorts of smells involved too and stuff.
So Usal says, my grandfather spoke German and Polish. He learned Yiddish when he learned English from my grandmother he learned Yiddish when he learned English from my grandmother when he got to America. He didn't run from Germany until 39 at Graham. Yeah, my grandfather spoke I don't think he spoke Polish. He left when he was 5 or so, but left in, I think it was 36 or 34. I forget which year, but he they left through the port of Hamburg and escaped. It wasn't really escape. This was when the Nazis were starting to build up power in Germany, but this was in Poland. But when they went through the port of Hamburg, and this story just it's always stuck with me. Both my grandfathers have passed away since, but so it was my dad's father. But I was talking with him about this, and he told me about when they were going through Hamburg, because that's where his I think his mother's sister lived, and they were stopping there, staying with them in between leaving. And when they were on the train, so this was in Germany, passenger train, they were asked for their papers by a Nazi soldier. And this was before Germany had invaded, anywhere. This was in 35 or so. So this was after the Nazis had already taken power, but before they had completely started, genociding people.
No, thanks for sharing, Ariel. That those family stories are always fascinating. They're sort of like mine with my great grandfather palling around with terrorists in Ireland with the group that founded the Sinn Féin and IRA, and his best friend getting the head blown off in his front yard, and my grandfather and great grandfather, instead of heading home, he headed to the docks and jumped a steamer to America. Those are always great.
Wow. Yeah. So Usal says, I watch on Shabbos, Ariel, I just don't comment. Yeah, I totally understand. With me, it's like, for me, I don't know. I probably would keep Shabbos if I really had, like, I don't know. I'll try eventually, but it's just right now it's like the internet is one of the only things keeping me sane. So, I mean, it's mainly just because I've been having to really keep away from a lot of people lately because every time I'm around people, I keep getting sick. But, yeah, amen, 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 amen. I really enjoy Havdalah. Amen. And the comment about my grandpa was to comment about Hasidim blaming us for the Shoah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Get it now. Yeah. Get the context now. Thank you, Usal.
And then I'm guessing the LOL is in reference to, what is it that we were talking about before? Anyway. But, yeah, so back to this.
Some of their first changes were in the prayer book. They took out references to Jerusalem being
so this is the thing. So, what was it?
Some of their first changes were in
V'baneh ota bekaruv beyamenu. So and you will build it in like in the midst of your days, and rebuild Jerusalem speedily in our days. Oh, beyamenu. So and we will build it in the midst. Oh, so the Otah is referring to Jerusalem. So yeah, we will build it in the midst of our days, or in our days.
In the prayer book, they took out references to Jerusalem being their true home because they felt at home in Germany and weren't.
I mean, regardless of what the reason for that was, they certainly wouldn't feel home soon.
Dreaming of returning to Jerusalem. They heard sermons in German rather than drashes in Yiddish. They stopped wearing kippahs, added organ music, and had shorter services. Traditional rabbis rejected all of these changes. But eventually in some cities, an event would occur, causing a shift. For instance, in Berlin, the city synagogue needed renovation, so for a while, Jews gathered in smaller spaces instead. In those smaller groups, these new rulings became popular. In the late 1830s, a young liberal group of rabbis drawn to these reform movements, gathered together by Rabbi Abraham Geiger, began having conferences. It was a small group. These weren't traditional rabbis. In fact, some were so liberal they couldn't get jobs. They started saying what should and shouldn't be done in Judaism. They talked about which rituals they wanted to continue and which didn't have meaning anymore to them. They mostly got rid of the laws that you could put in the category of Judaism is strange because, namely ritual laws whose purposes were not only unclear, they sometimes made it difficult to be a part of German culture. Kosher, for instance, made it impossible for a Jew to eat with a non-Jew. The reformers said the purpose of the religion was to feel holy, to feel spiritual, and to be moral. And a lot of these ritual laws, well, maybe they worked when they were first set up, but they no longer worked that way. And in the 1840s, between the small communities, the conferences, the ideology, it's the start of what we now call a movement. The ideology said that Judaism needs to continue evolving. As humans have always shaped it, they rejected the idea that the Talmud was revelation, oral Torah. It's a human product. Until the Reform movement, there was no such thing as orthodoxy. There was just Judaism. The label orthodoxy emerged as the voice that rejected the Reform movement on behalf of tradition. It said, no, the oral Torah was revealed at Sinai. You can't just reject huge portions of it. You can't deny the authority of the Torah as interpreted by the rabbis, and what you're doing is invalid for that reason. there was a further splinter movement called Neo-Orthodoxy, what we now call modern Orthodoxy, which allowed some very small concessions. For instance, Samson Raphael Hirsch, a leader of that movement, allowed men to shave their beards. Part of the reason modern Orthodoxy was so important was that Hirsch said, listen, we're not going to all agree. We're going to have multiple organizations, multiple synagogues. He insisted that the Jewish community of Frankfurt formally split. So whereas before everyone was unified under one official way of being Jewish, and there were these little, pop-up shops of other ways of being Jewish, Hirsch is the one who said, I'm tired of fighting. You go do your thing, and I'll do my thing. We don't even want to talk to you. Go do something separate. It was a really important transition, and it's a piece of beginning to think about distinct movements in Judaism, rather than everyone arguing about the one way all Jews should be Jewish in the modern world. Another critic of reform, Zachariah Frankel, split from the reformers over whether to pray in German instead of Hebrew. Was it more important for people to understand what they were saying, or for people to pray in the same way their grandparents prayed? He accepted the scientific study of Judaism, but remained committed to tradition. He went on to form what ultimately became conservative Judaism. He formed the—
See, that's what I don't get. Why do you have to choose? Why not teach people to understand Hebrew? That's the stupidest thing. Teach people to pray in Hebrew and then to understand it.
If you really want me to get into it, what we're dealing with here is the difference between spirituality and religion. And religion is part of that inherently bonding the community together. So you have to have the community agree upon it. And to have that agreement, people have to give up some of their individual spiritual variants from that community variance in order to be part, at least sort of give a nod to the community. Do you see what I'm saying there? And that's where they're battling over, is if you remove too much authority, everybody becomes their own rabbi.
No, I get that, but what I'm saying is they were basically ruling over whether they should pray in Hebrew or in a language they could understand. When it's like, well, why not teach people to understand Hebrew?
Well, I always thought that was part of the Jewish religion, that was part of what was supposed to be happening anyway. So I wasn't sure why they weren't understanding what they were praying in Hebrew.
Well, because we're talking about people who otherwise would have been secular, but then they're deciding, well, we do want to pray, but are we going to pray in Hebrew, which we don't understand? This isn't talking about Jews. This is talking about, like very secularized Jews that, and I mean, I admit, like, even though I grew up going, I grew up with a religious education, it wasn't actually until I took biblical Hebrew in university that I really was able to, to translate Hebrew, if that makes any sense.
Oh no, absolutely. It's like what I helped a lot of my classmates through with their bar and bas mitzvahs back in the day, where you learn the basics of it, how to write it, the basic rote of it, and enough to get you through the bar mitzvah. And then at that point in time, if you're not overly interested, you really don't pick up a whole lot more.
But see, that's a completely modern phenomena, because it used to be that regardless of what job you did, you would study Torah. The thing is, when all of a sudden jobs make it so that you can't study Torah because of, the demands of that, then you have to decide, well, am I going to be religious or am I going to be modern? And so a lot of people chose one or the other. And so, like, for instance, I don't know. I guess what I see is like it's one or the other, but in a lot of cases, it can be both.
No, I agree, and I'd like to bring this full circle back to what we're talking about. This is kind of talking about that breakdown in society into the wickedness, where it's fine if you're deciding for yourself, as long as what you're deciding is at least consistent with God's rules. It's when you decide at variance on that one, you're going to suffer for it, because that's what happens when you go. It's sort of like, dropping a plate breaks. You violate the rules, you're going to get hurt. The more you violate, the more you get hurt, and that's where you need to course correct quickly.
Also, so Usal said probably me watching and not commenting, right? Jody, that's maybe what they said a lot.
Could be, yeah.
So, William, I think this is something important to point out. I do. So I haven't been really around it lately since I've been on break. I've been hanging out a lot at home because I've been sick. But whenever I'm on campus, like there's an open air arboretum. I'm spending most of my time outside around nature. Like, I'm telling you, that's not it. The reason why I keep getting sick is the dumbasses that keep getting sick around me, and they refuse to wear a mask or stay home when they're sick, and so they keep getting other people sick. And eventually, at a certain point, if everyone is coughing around you, wearing a mask can only do so much. And so it's like, really, I'm just trying to tough out the last 1.5 years of university, and then I kind of just want to get the heck out of here. Honestly, I think that the type of work I'd want to do ideally would be like honestly, I don't understand why there isn't such a thing as outside classrooms. It's the stupidest thing. Like, there's so much nice space, especially like half the places where you have college campuses, they're freaking beautiful, and yet everything's inside. And then on top of that, when you have a pandemic or any disease going around, you just make it that much easier for people to get sick. And you're also making it so people don't build up immunity to the allergens in the air. It's like, it's honestly it's so bizarre. But yeah, mutualism with the environment, that it definitely can help you. It can help keep you healthy. But the thing is, being healthy doesn't stop you from getting sick if there is a sickness going around. Like that's a thing. Like you can get sick from not being healthy, but you can also get sick if you are healthy because someone gets you sick. See, so 420 Antitheist says, "Good day, folks. Hey, how are you?" I'll put a link in the comments if you want to hop in. And then Usal says morning, and I think that's where the conservative movement lays. And then 420 says, "I hate when others are inconsiderate with their illnesses." Definitely, I didn't used to see how bad it was. Like my first semester at university, there was I'd get like a ride from across campus because I can't walk very far or for very long or in very like basically it takes a long time. But so there was this one girl who like she would get picked up by the golf cart where I'd get dropped off, and this was before the pandemic, and she would wear a mask. And I have to admit, I didn't know what to make of that. I really don't know what I thought of it. But like just thinking back now, I'm like, I mean, there wasn't anything going around then, but it's like, who knows what she was dealing with, and she was, doing that to protect herself. And it's like now I feel like I'm on the other end of that paradigm where it's like I'm the one who seems like the odd one out for wearing a mask, even though it's honestly just so bizarre.
Actually, my way of looking at it is that the people who should be wearing the mask the most are the ones that's sick. So I sort of take it, if somebody's wearing a mask, they're wearing that to protect me, and they're doing me the favor. Because if I'm not sick, I'm not wearing the mask. If I'm sick, I'm wearing the mask, doing the same thing.
Yeah, but like for instance, if you're in a building that's on fire and there's smoke everywhere, are you going to wear something over your face or not?
Well, depends. The first thing I'm going to do is drop to the floor because that's where the clean oxygen is, and crawl my way to an exit and worry about what I have over my face second after I'm down to the floor. I got to take my priorities.
So that's why I'm saying the equivalent to this would be to get yourself out of a situation where there's people who are going to get you sick, in this equivalency. So that would basically be get out of crowded rooms if there's a bunch of people who are coughing all around you, and then to try and cover yourself as much as you can in terms of like a secondary type thing. But at the end of the day, like I'm not talking about wearing a mask just because. I'm talking about wearing a mask because nobody else is and everyone else is coughing around you.
Oh, no. You know me, Ariel. I'm always about adjusting to the situation and the balance. I was just talking about more out in general random society. No, if you're in a meeting sort of thing and you have a bunch of just really inconsiderate sick people there who are coughing all over everything, yeah, put that mask on to protect yourself. Again, if your specific situation where you're, say you had a transplant and you're immunocompromised, you should probably wear a mask most of the time. But that's special to you. That's not something that applies to the general populace, and they're not being inconsiderate for not wearing the mask if they're not sick.
So they're not being inconsiderate so much as they're just kind of putting themselves at risk, because a lot of studies are showing that that even in people who aren't severely affected by COVID, at least seemingly, that it does affect people's immune system, that has immunosuppressive effect, and that that's part of the reason why you probably have there's like this one I think it's like a pneumatic fungus or something that's spreading over the US now, like, and it's stuff that usually the immune system should be able to fight off. But the thing is, almost everyone is immunosuppressed at some level now that they weren't before because of this. And by the time that people realize that's what honestly scares me, because people are going to blame the government and they're going to blame media, when in reality, the problem is just so systematic. It's not anyone it's not like this stuff is being hidden. It's just people aren't listening.
Well, it's one of those. It depends. I'm a big one for balance, and I don't trust the government. I don't entirely trust the pharmaceuticals. It's one of those. I take everything with a grain of salt, everything in balance. And my approach is, and I honestly think that if more people did it, we'd be better off. And again, everybody has to adjust to their own situation. I go out and I try to boost my immune system as much as possible naturally, where like they were talking about, get into nature, get into that. I'm not immunocompromised, so I do try to get around public situations where I don't feel that the germs are particularly intense, so I can build up some of the antibodies. And I take the approach of, I kind of face it as, if it's in the environment, I'm probably going to encounter it at some point in time. So I want to keep my immune system at the highest, most robust level for when I do encounter it, so that once I encounter it, I can then incorporate that into my immune system the way it was designed to do, because I see the alternative of basically trying to isolate myself and protect myself from it as it's an alternative path, but it doesn't make as much sense for me personally. Are you tracking with what I'm saying, where I'm more than happy to let other people follow their way? It's just, I think my way makes a little more sense, especially for me.
So the only problem with that is you can do that until you can't anymore, because you start getting sick, and then basically all of a sudden it's just on you to take yourself out of society, and it's not society's fault for putting you in that position in the first place.
Right. And can't you tell from my approach that that's exactly what I do? Is when I'm sick, I put on a mask. If I get a situation where I'm going to be getting sick all the time or something like that, you adjust and then you do that. Just like I said, if I become immunocompromised, then I wear the mask all the time.
But that's what I'm trying to explain. That basically people are being pushed out of society because they're getting sick and not able to get over it. And rather than society adjusting, because this is something that's eventually going to happen to everyone. Like, for instance, have you ever gotten sick?
Oh yeah,
with COVID.
I don't know, because the last time I really got super sick was January 2020, and a bunch of other people had the same sort of thing, where it was about 3 or 4 days where I could barely get up out of the bed and go to the bathroom. And occasionally put something into my mouth, and exhaustion, and got over it. And then I really haven't been sick since.
So, yeah, I mean,
so I could have gotten COVID, an early thing, and very early, before it was like really a big thing. And again, I don't know for certain. I just know that I got really sick and it was very COVID-like symptoms, and I haven't been sick since.
I guess all I'm trying to say is that there's just been a total normalization of, people getting sick when there's already studies coming out. And this isn't stuff that's being I mean, obviously there's, government funding that goes to it, but it's not like this stuff is being pushed out by the government. Like, hey, everyone needs to look at this. Like, I'm not going to say that the government's covering it up, but they're deliberately not talking about the fact that, COVID is a disabling illness. And that on top of that, wait 1 second. So, Usal says Dunning-Kruger kicking in, Graham. I do kind of have to agree, just in the case that, like, COVID is, I honestly feel like in some ways it's almost like a mini great filter that we either have to find a way to overcome it or we're going to collapse to it. Jody said,
well, I think it's one of many filters that we're basically being forced to come to our own best decisions on and try to find our way through it on humanity. And we will get through it. It's just a question of how. And what you build up is a good thing with the Dunning-Kruger is it's sort of like the old thing. If there are two people, if you're one person by himself can never be delusional. Two people together, you can't tell which one of them's delusional or not. Once you get there, is how do you tell which person has the right thing and which person is being affected by Dunning-Kruger? That's one of those sort of a rolled out card to play when you disagree with the person. You just basically want to have a reason to dismiss their opinion. I'm willing to open up my thoughts, ideas, fact base, and try to find out where I might be misfiguring things. But I don't want to just get dismissed out of hand without that sort of examination. Do you know what I mean, Ariel?
Yeah. So Jody said in Canada we had a drug the government okayed for pregnant women, thalidomide. It was called safe, but created a generation of people with severe deformities the government doesn't know better. It wasn't just Canada.
Yeah, no, that's a big one, Jody. You've heard me talk about the thalidomide thing, and I was almost a thalidomide baby, right, Ariel?
No, but I know about thalidomide.
Yeah, no, my father was an MD, and I was born in 62, and that was just a couple of years after the whole thalidomide thing came out. And he explained to me just how awful that was, because it was specifically, prescribed for women with morning sickness as an nausea disease for morning sickness. And he sat there and basically my father said he would have prescribed it for my mother without knowing any better if they had gotten pregnant just a few years earlier.
Yeah,
that makes it very real for me, Ariel,
Yeah, wow. I think I know someone who I think was affected by that, but I'm not 100% sure.
And that ties directly into why I don't totally trust the government or, pharmaceutical companies or anything like that entirely. I can't sit there and say some of these deaths that are happening aren't, unfortunate side effects from some of the, the vaccines and stuff that people have been taking, or bad combinations.
Everyone is ignoring the side effects from COVID, the long-term effects. Like I'm telling you, I used to be healthy. Now I get sick so easily, and the only difference is COVID. So here, look at this. So 420 Anti-Theist said, I got COVID and have lingering lung issues.
Well, here's the point from a factual standpoint. If you've had both COVID and vaccines, you can't say for certain if it's COVID or the vaccine, or whether it's a combination of COVID plus the vaccine. This is where the trying to tease out cause and effect is awful.
Graham, you're throwing in a non-falsifiable thing. Whereas we know that there's people who had long COVID way before vaccines were even available, and they're in much worse situations than people who got long COVID after vaccines. Trust me, I've spent probably at least hundreds of hours looking into this, because when you're suffering from this, and no one knows except for other people suffering from it. Trust me, there's a whole world that people do not know about unless they've experienced it. And
no, I know I know a lot about orphan diseases and such, Ariel, and I 100% am endorsing you. And there are serious problems associated with COVID. They don't affect everybody. They need some serious investigation.
But that's the thing. They do. They just don't affect everyone the same way. It's almost like it's like a what is it? It's like a loaded dice. Or not loaded dice, but it's like a roll of the dice. You never know what you're going to get. But all it takes is one bad roll, and you're fucked.
No, I totally agree. And to a certain extent, that's sort of an encapsulation for life. That's one of the reasons why I've never ridden a motorcycle on the streets, even though I enjoy riding them off-road, because I'm fine with the idea of I make a mistake and I die because of my stupid mistake. The thought of I'm on the road and I die because of somebody else's stupid mistake, that is terrifying to me, and I can't do that. And some of that it relates to the COVID thing here, where you got to weigh your risk factors and make your best calls.
But that's what I'm saying. People don't have the knowledge to weigh their risk factors because they're being lied to.
And we're 100% is I don't think that the medical people or have enough knowledge of the risk factors or what's going on in COVID, because I have ideas about COVID where it is directly related to the emotional system in ways that are different than we've seen in the past, where a lot of your beliefs and your emotions on it, your fears, it's like your fear of it is like a multiplier to it worse than other diseases have been.
Graham, that's total pseudoscience.
How do you distinguish science from pseudoscience? Because I have actual double-blind tests that can be run here. So this is where I'm giving you some hard pushback here on the word pseudoscience, because to me, that's one of those microaggression, waving the card to dismiss an idea without examining one. So how do you distinguish, what's your metric to distinguish what is pseudoscience from science other than appeal to authority in the academy?
You're claiming that there's something different about COVID, that it's somehow affected by our thoughts and our feelings in a way that other diseases aren't?
I'm speculating and hypothesizing that may be a case, which is supported by the facts of the experience that you're having in other people, by it being so strangely affecting them and affecting people in such idiosyncratic ways.
Dude, it's not idiosyncratic. The thing is, the science is out there, but it's not being embraced by the institutions. Seriously,
let's get back. Seriously, this is a big one for me. Let's get back to what distinguishes science, what you Ariel consider science from pseudoscience, because to me that's one of those appeal to authority logical fallacy cards that's been weaponized.
Okay, you're literally implying that there's something different about this than other. Maybe pseudoscience.
I am 100% not budging beyond the definition of pseudoscience at this point, and how to distinguish that from science, because I don't want to have that weaponized and used against me again here.
Okay, it was a bad choice of words, but the point remains that
I want to examine the base here, because this sort of thing happens to me all the time.
I'm agreeing with you. It was a bad choice of words.
So, and that's what I'm saying is I come to really logical, theory-based off of, again, 60 years of training in science. And I'm not coming to the same conclusions the official endorsed academy does. And you're already against them because of how they're hiding stuff about what you're concerned about. I'm saying they're hiding even more than that. And it's like you're giving me pushback by basically saying they're hiding the stuff you're talking about, but they're not hiding this other stuff. And I'm having trouble trying to make sense of it. I'm saying open it all up and figure out what's going on.
Okay, what my issue is, you're saying that, okay, maybe I'm not saying there's nothing about the way that we think and feel affecting how we get sick. But you're trying to claim that there is something special about COVID that's why I'm saying.
No, I'm not claiming. I'm hypothesizing, and I would like some factual, a pinprick to show that that's not possible.
You're asking me to prove a negative.
No, it's like with science. I have double-blind tests that could be run. Here's an example. If you want to see the emotional effect of COVID, you take two groups and this isn't out of how they've done double-blind testing in the past. You tell one of them that they have COVID, you tell the other one they have a slightly different named disease, and you give them exactly the same medical treatment, exactly the same course through there, and you will be able to tell there, based off of how the different groups react, whether or not there is any impact from knowing you have this disease that's being, advertised 24/7, $1 trillion a year.
It's not being. It's not, though. That's the thing. You're putting out these assertions that everyone's talking about COVID now. It's no one is.
Okay, Ariel, how many hours does CNN, Fox News, the local news, and all of that spend discussing COVID in various ways these days? Not just a specific science, the topic of COVID.
That's the thing. Very little. Almost nothing.
I check into the networks very little, and it's almost impossible for me to go 5 minutes without encountering something to do with COVID.
I'm telling you, what
you're telling me is my experience isn't my experience. And how do we resolve that? How do we resolve that? I'm relating to you honestly that when I turn into the news, I pretty much have to turn off within 15 minutes because I'm triggered by the COVID stuff.
Like, Graham, I'm telling you, I watch the news a lot. Like you say you barely watch it, but when you turn, so you might hear it once, but the thing is, relative to it used to be the only thing that was on the news. Now barely anyone talks about it. And here, I want to address some of the comments because there's a lot of comments. So just hold up one moment. So Blazing Up was saying, morning, everybody. Nobody feared the cold and flu season until COVID. Yeah, but we're not talking about the cold or flu season here.
And I disagree 100% with Mr. Blazing here because I was fed the winter flu statistics starting in the late 1960s. And it got fed to me as to how bad it was, how bad. This is like somebody who doesn't remember things like swine flu or bird flu or all of these sorts of ones that have been hyped constantly in the past. The difference with COVID is they had a test for it that they could roll out and do quickly. Back then, you had all sorts of sickness fears. This is that lump and duck. Nobody. That means that there's no possibility. That's an all or none sort of thing. Almost nothing, unless you have mathematical proof, falls into an all or none, nobody or everybody category. That's the sort of lump and dump that's just triggering for me. I'm sorry, Ariel. This is the sort of subject that you can see why I have trouble getting around there, because I have a very multivariate way. I'm very nuanced, and I have an enormous base. And if somebody's trying to tell me what I'm experiencing isn't what I'm experiencing, how do I resolve that?
Well, that's kind of what I feel you're doing to me, because I was not scared of COVID at all, because I was told that, if you have the vaccine, you're fine, and everyone's vaccinated, so it's not spreading, so you don't have to be worried. And so I stopped wearing a mask, and that's when I got sick. But on top of this, the reason that your theory breaks down is how many people have never even tested positive for COVID, but they've gotten it, and they're affected by it, but they don't know it, yet they're still affected by it. And they're just like, seriously, there has been a statistical increase in people dealing with severe long-term issues. But the thing is, it's not being classified as long COVID because they didn't get diagnosed in the first place. There's some people who they realize they probably got COVID, but because they didn't get a positive diagnosis, they're not getting diagnosed with long COVID. And that's not even to speak about the people who have no clue whatsoever. So like, there's...
No, I hear what you're saying. I'm not trying to say you're not experiencing that. I'm validating that you're experiencing. This is where we're different here. I'm trying to sit here and take your experience and incorporate that with my own and come up with that Hegelian that synthesis of our two thesis and antitheses. The problem that I face too often is somebody wants to keep it at that thesis antithesis level and pound me into submission that their approach is right and mine is wrong. I want to find an approach that incorporates both points of view so I can make sense as to why you're experiencing the things you are and why I'm experiencing the things I am, taking both of our experiences as equally valid. And I don't see that that's happening with other people in the same consideration with me.
So I think the thing that I'm trying to bring home is that you're essentially and okay, you say you're not claiming it, but you're hypothesizing that people get sick more the more afraid of it they are. Is that what your hypothesis is?
My hypothesis is COVID has an especially strong relationship between the emotional belief system and the physical body. There's always been that interaction because of the placebo, the nocebo effect. Most of medicine is probably at least 50% playing off of various aspects of the placebo, nocebo, people's belief in themselves that they're going to get better, in their doctor, and all that one. Half of it is probably solid, the physical interactions. Half of it is the emotional and mental interactions. I'm seeing that and that emotional interactions, that's the voodoo spell. That's how witch doctors can kill people. That's how that is a strong, that emotional thing is a strong power. And
hold on. So it's not just that. They also use powerful herbs and chemicals. It's not just the emotion. See, that's the thing. At the end of the day, that this is, I think that there's a really dangerous line between this and thinking that you can you can think or that you can will away illness.
And I'm not saying that either. I'm saying you need to put everything working together towards it. I'm saying if you're willing yourself to die, you're more likely to die than if you're trying to will yourself to live. I don't see that as being even remotely dangerous or even controversial. How is that dangerous or controversial to say that, Ariel?
Because because it basically, based off of the hypothesis that you're putting forward.
No. Let's focus on that one. Willing yourself to die is going to produce.
No, that's not what we're talking about. All the people getting disabled. No one was told, oh, hey, you're going to get disabled. How come everyone's getting disabled? It's not logically consistent.
Here's my point, Ariel. I'm building everything up one logical block at a time. And people are basic. Okay. You got diseases. They interact with you. Are we in agreement? There are microorganisms. You take them in. They interact with you. I'm checking to see where you go left and I go right here.
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes your body is going to produce the proper antibody. When you interact, your body's going to react to it, produce antibodies. Sometimes those antibodies, most of the time, if you have a healthy immune system, it's going to overcome almost all the bacteria come in, and you're not going to get sick. Are we still on the same page?
No, because there's such a thing called evolution, and there's diseases that evolve to be able to hitch a ride and pervade. Do you agree with that?
Yes. How does that violate what I said? How, as time goes on, most of the bacteria are dealt with efficiently by your immune system, considering you take in trillions upon trillions of bacteria every day that never ever affect you. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not just talking about the disease ones. I'm talking about every bacteria or virus that comes into you. 99.99% of them, your immune system handles them without a problem. I'm just making sure we have agreement on that level.
Yeah, the difference is that there's been findings of a higher viral pervasiveness of COVID than other diseases, and they're finding that even months after people get over an initial infection, they still have it in their gut. So what I'm saying is that
now you're going on here. I'm building up as to where we disagree. If we agree there that COVID, and again, I'm slowly parsing out microorganisms so we can have agreement as to how the body interacts there. So once we get to COVID, we have our basis of agreement so that we don't start pulling in the mistakes that other people in the academy have lumped into the COVID problem, so that we're not wrestling with their issues and just the ones between us.
See, that's the thing. The problem isn't the academy. The problem is media and government.
Then if you think that, you're telling me that, why should I just believe you when I don't see that as logically supported from the facts? You're telling me that you're doing exactly what it was triggering for me. You're telling me that I'm wrong. Can you explain to me the inner mechanics coming up from Nozick, anarchy, state, utopia, how I'm wrong? Explain to the
Okay.
inner mechanics.
Okay, so there's been so much research showing that COVID,
Why should I
doesn't just
trust?
affect
Why should I trust
What?
any of the?
Graham.
Oh,
You're not even letting me respond. Please let me respond.
Thank you.
Can I respond?
I was about to apologize when you muted me. I caught myself getting triggered and responding incorrectly. Let me apologize first, and then I'll mute myself, and then you can respond, and you unmute me when you want my response. I am very sorry that I was triggered there by what was happening. I don't have good control over my reactions in that situation. I very much need to improve that. I'm sorry that I reacted poorly and harshly and hurt you, Ariel. Please forgive me.
Yeah, Graham, I think that we should probably just move on. But what I'm trying to bring up here is that there has been so much research that has been ignored by media, by governmental institutions, by the very institutions that are supposed to protect it. This is research that's coming from, it's peer-reviewed research. This is, I don't have it all right in front of me because this isn't what we're supposed to be talking about. But the thing is that I really think that there's a dangerous equivalency that's being drawn between the way that people are affected by disease and their beliefs about it. Because at the end of the day, there might be something to that, but like, I don't want to just have that, like, without any evidence to that. I think that's really dangerous to put forward. And I mean, it's also not the point of today. I kind of want to just get through the comments and get back to the topic because we were already 2 hours through. But the thing I do want to point out is that, so, oh, wait, what, where was it? So here the claim is that this is due to the vaccine, but there's been finding that clotting is one of the major side effects of COVID. So the thing is, like, yeah, maybe there is some effect from the vaccine. That it's possible, but the thing is, we know for sure that the effect from COVID is more severe than the vaccine. We know that. The thing is, I'm not saying that there isn't any side effect because we know with every medication there's potential side effects. What I'm trying to say is that I think that it's like everyone wants to point the finger at one thing while completely it's like everyone wants to ignore the elephant in the room. And I really think it's important to emphasize that there is no discussion of this on like anytime some celebrity dies now of a heart attack, all of a sudden, no mention that they had COVID a few months before. I'm telling you, if media was about fear mongering people, they would be doing it. They're not. They're lulling people into a dangerous complacency of just getting themselves sick. Sorry. What is it? Let's see. Where is it? Let's see. No worry from the peanut gallery. Everyone's sensitive over COVID is the third rail. But yeah, I think also just touching on the whole peanut idea. Why is it okay why isn't it okay for kids to bring peanut snacks to school? Because it should just be on the kids with allergies not to get allergic. I mean, it's the same argument, except in this case, everyone has the possibility to become allergic to COVID or basically to get long COVID. And it's just, anyway, yeah, let's move on. But yeah, and seriously, 420, especially because we're getting into the flood, I think you might have some interesting stuff to say on this. If you want to hop in, I put a link in the comments, but I could put it again. Just let me know if you want to hop in. But I do need to use the restroom, so I'm going to, but yeah, I mean, like, Graham, I like having these discussions because I think it's important, but yeah, I mean, it definitely is something that's very heated. And I think that, at the end of the day, I'm not discounting what you're saying. I guess the reason why it hits so strongly with me is because and I think it said it was all said before, like, and I don't think he's saying that like you're doing this specifically or like that you're doing it intentionally, but basically just that this is something that I hear from so many of my friends that like that it's just unlucky that I got sick with COVID and never recovered. But the thing is, it's not even that I'm unlucky, it's that I'm actually lucky to be able to see what happened before it gets so like, because if you just continue to be in denial and you keep getting sick and you keep getting worse and you don't connect that it's COVID and you only realize it after getting sick so many times, it's too late. And so, I mean, I managed to do it the first time and I didn't get sick for a year, but then I got sick when everyone around me was sick. And so I couldn't do anything about that. But now it's basically at the point where I'm not risking the rest of my life just to have a little bit of fun going to parties or go out clubbing, because frankly, like, I mean, even if I wanted to, I don't have the energy to do that anymore. And it's all because of COVID. But, yeah. And yeah, blood clot stuff is misinformation. But yeah, so let's just go back to, where was it? But yeah, I mean, Graham, I do appreciate the alternative perspective, because at the end of the day, it lets me, show the reasons why I think what I think and why I think it's, the other side is not the case. But again, I think that there is a lot of validity to the way that, like, for instance, if you are afraid that you're going to die when you're sick, yeah, you're probably going to have a much worse reaction to it. And if you, if you're, but see, here's the thing, you can be convinced that you're going to get better, but if you're not going to get better because you're not going to get better, you're not going to get better just because you think of it. On the other hand, I do think that you can convince yourself into being worse than you would. I mean, like, potentially say someone's, I mean, you could even just look at it. If someone's sick or they're wounded, and because they're depressed, they don't take care of their wound or whatever, they let it get infected and they die. It has, like, our mental states impact what we do physically. But whether that correlates to, oh, because you think something that your body will transmit it automatically, that's another thing. I'm not discounting that. I just think it's really, that argument is used by other people. I'm not saying this is you, but Graham, you're muted if you ever want to respond. Just so you know, because Usal let that know. Let us know. But the point is that I'm not saying that you're doing this, but there are a lot of people who use that same ideology in order to basically say that the people who got sick didn't have pure enough minds, or they weren't thinking positively enough. Oh, hey, Kara, how are you doing? If you want to hop in, you can. We're going to get back to the text right now, and it's talking about the flood. I don't know if you're interested in the flood story at all, but yeah. Let me put on something and then we'll. Oof, yeah, I need to use the restroom. It's been like I don't even know when I last used the restroom. All right, let's see. Oh wait, let's finish this one first.
The Jewish Theological Seminary of Breslau, which inspired the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, which became the heart of the conservative movement as we know it today. By the second half of the 19th century, the liberal Jewish movement in Germany was by far.
By the way, Graham, so I'm pressing unmute, but it says can't unmute your guest because they chose to mute themselves. It says I think you have to do it manually.
Okay. No, I was waiting for you to do so, Ariel, since I try to live with integrity and stick by my word. I try to live by my decency, honesty, integrity standards.
I appreciate it. But
yeah, I'd like to address at least some of what you said there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very triggered by what you said. And a lot of it is the style that you were doing it in, and it's the style that I have the problem. You were talking at me. You were saying that I knew stuff. You were assuming my knowledge base, playing mind reader. You were telling me all this stuff that I knew. You were basically projecting at me that I needed to accept as inherent 100% fact all of those studies you said. And again, if I've read a study to the contrary that contradicts yours, you're basically saying I need to ignore any sort of peer-reviewed contradictory evidence to the contrary that I may know that you don't. I don't know. No, I'm not done, Ariel. This is very emblematic of my problems in functioning. This is the problems I had with Snappy, and I like Snappy a lot. And I don't know how to function here without getting function where I'm getting talked at. I'm told I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, Ariel, I want to know where I'm wrong. I want to know why I'm wrong. I want to correct it and stop being wrong. I don't need to be that emotional lash if I'm shaming someone when all I'm doing is speaking the truth to my best of my ability. That's damaging to me to have that happen, Ariel. I don't need that damage. If I can't figure out how to operate in society, I'll just take what I know and just go off to the woods. I don't need to try to help people. I want to help people, but if they're going to hurt me too much, I'm not going to. I can't. I got to protect myself first.
So exactly what I completely agree. And exactly what you're saying is exactly how I feel. And I think that's emblematic of the problem. You feel that what I'm saying is exactly how I feel what you're saying.
Okay, here's one difference, Ariel. I can tell you in a factual basis what you can show me in reality to change me from where I'm at to a different position. What can I show you in reality that would have you change your position? Because I see you're basing it off this appeal to authority, body of knowledge, and I don't know what I can do to have you basically say, you know what? I do think I'm wrong about that. What I don't know what standard you're using to judge. I know my standard. It's built from the bottom up. I don't know what you're using, so I don't know what I can do to convince you or at least have you stop trying to hurt me with our difference of opinion.
See, that's the thing. I'm not trying to hurt you. You feel hurt by what I'm saying in the same way I feel hurt by what you're saying. And I'm not saying here.
Okay. Here's a specific thing you're doing that's hurting me. When you say, you know, we know, when you lump me in with you and then link that to an action or a statement.
When did I say that?
You said that constantly in what you said.
Can you give me an example?
You said about how we all know this about COVID. We all know that about COVID.
What we all know what about COVID? What did I say?
Well, we all know COVID causes this damage. It's almost like maybe it's a verbal tick that you don't realize you're doing, because I think that's possible because that's basically almost the style of interaction in society today, where it's we all know this is true, therefore anybody who doesn't agree with this part is wrong, and it's that group think that I'm inherently wired not to participate in, and I can accept that you're just doing it as inherently a natural way of communication, and it's like you see colors I don't, and I'm running into walls because I can't read the signs.
So yeah, so I
and here, let's examine what 420 just did that triggers me. Graham, you're one paper. How the fuck many papers do they know that I've read? How do they know? They are projecting onto me one paper, and they say that it doesn't stand up to scientific consensus. Scientific consensus is exactly an appeal to authority. It's a logical fallacy. And the 100 papers that Ariel could show me. Ariel, I have more faith in you that you could come up with more than 100 papers. I think you could at least double that to 200 papers to support you. The problem is there's probably 200 papers that can balance what you're saying. That's the state we are in science now, is scientists are paid to produce results. They produce results. Look at all the results that the tobacco companies produced in order to delay any sort of legal repercussion for 40 freaking years.
So, okay, I'm going to try not to project at all, but at least from what I understand, Are you?
Do you see what I'm saying about 420 here? Let's look at 420 since that's neither of us. Do you see the point about they're minimizing me with one paper, they're projecting onto me there, they're projecting onto you, they're using an appeal to authority with the scientific consensus, and this is exactly the sort of damaging thing here. Can we focus on this, because this could help the two of us understand my problem, and maybe you can help me get through this.
Hold on, I'm getting too sidetracked. So first of all, I have brain damage from COVID, so that's one thing. I might say, like, I don't base it off of what I first say. Ask me again and let me clarify, because seriously, I have brain damage from COVID, and
that I want to sit here and say right now, Ariel, if you start going on a track that's triggering me in that sort of normal societal communication thing, I'll probably interrupt you in order to keep us from getting derailed more than necessary, because if that's what's happening, we can correct this as long as you accept me interrupting you real quick, and it won't be too damaging. Is that a good compromise?
Sure. But the one thing I want to focus on is, so you talked about how, like, the establishment and scientific consensus, but what happens when you have a scientific consensus that is being ignored by the institutions that are supposedly paying for that consensus?
Well, first off, what are we defining as scientific consensus? Because the idea is that there's one scientific consensus.
Oh, okay. So maybe not scientific consensus, but what science shows, what, the scientific method shows.
Well, and here's an important point here. I make a firm distinction between the scientific method, which is a process, and science, which is basically that body of knowledge that process produces.
Exactly. Yeah. Can I just touch on something? So this is the thing. What I'm trying to show you, or what I want to bring up, is the fact that there is stuff. There is scientific, like science. Not. I'm not talking about. Or wait, this would be like this scientifically proven stuff that that shows.
Here's a quick one. The word proven is one that is problematic. I won't say it's inherently triggering. Proof for me is something that it's very mathematical, where there is no possibility to the contrary. And that's not really science. Science basically puts a fence around the truth and says the truth is somewhere in there, but it doesn't really prove truth. It demonstrates truth, and it disproves. It basically gives disproof, but it doesn't give proof, if that makes sense to you.
So here, I let me just show you some of what I'm talking about, and then you can tell me what you think about that. And I need
you put something up there, and I'll talk about it. It's not that I'm trying to discount it. It's sort of you can't cherry pick some of the evidence and build a certainty case out of it. That's that's a logical fallacy of going from getting a universal conclusion from certain particulars. Thank you, Kara. We'll work it out. This is the sorts of things we need to I need to figure out how to get through it. Usal, this is me. I'm wired this way, and I'm trying to figure out how to get along with people. Trust me, I own that I step on people's feet all the time. And that's why I apologize, and that's why I try to do it. I recognize I can hurt people, and I don't mean to. And I apologize.
And I know you don't mean to, and all I ask is that that I don't mean to either. And that's the only reason I'm able to have these conversations, because, I mean, you were triggering me as well, but the thing is, I know you don't mean to, so I'm able to continue with the conversation.
And this is why I have that decency, honesty, integrity hurdles, Ariel, because the people who don't clear that, too often they do mean to hurt people like us. And you've experienced too much of that, I know.
Well, but see, there's also people who are in that same position, but because of the way that you react, they might not want to put themselves in that same position. So you end up pushing them away, even though you might agree on almost everything.
And I understand that. And I just had that talk with my counselor earlier this week. And as I explained to her, I realize at the moment there are a large number of people who would be I'd be very great in my life, that I'm probably going to do that too. But I need to have a lot more barbed wire fences around me, given what I've been through. You have more of an idea. I don't want to get in a lot of detail, but you know.
Yeah,
You know.
Car says, I'm clumsy, that's why I can relate. I will come in a bit later for a mutual discovery of the new knowledge. Okay, awesome. So yeah, here, let's just finish this video and then we'll start with the next one. But yeah, see, this is one of the things. I wasn't going to talk about COVID, but then I'm like, well, it's something that, no, like, seriously, it's like a scarlet letter. Everyone kind of sees the effects of it, but no one wants to talk about it. And it's like one of those things where I was actually like, for a point, thinking of like trying to like raise awareness, but then I'm like, even if I do something in person, like at the end of the day, it's not like a bucket isn't going to empty the ocean of water. So I'll like what you were saying before about going off to the woods, that at a certain point when you, and that's the thing, I'm more triggered by society, how the way that and this is wait, where was it? It was further up here. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. Where was it? Oh, wait, here. So, without getting into this, so I just want to like parse this. So, saying that our own best way. So I don't think, I want to clarify. Don't read this as he's saying that what you're doing is antisocial, but it's this idea that it's instilled in us by society, and I think you'd agree with this, that basically we have to do whatever society's doing, and if it affects us or it hurts us, we're the ones who are wrong for getting hurt.
I understand what you're saying, and you're hitting exactly the very point where I lack that wiring. It's like early on, I always knew, it's like I said, shame and blame. What you're talking about there is that inherent knowing of shaming as being wrong, and I inherently had to connect correct and incorrect with right and wrong because of the feeling thought interaction. Because feelings, it's like you can be blamed for something you never did. You can be punished for something you never did. That's because that's where it disconnects from cause and effect. And it's sort of like I realized the only reason for me to accept those feelings of blame and shame is if I actually did the action which was wrong. You know, if somebody tells me that I stole a car, I'm not going to feel wrong for stealing a car unless I actually had stolen the car, even though they're blaming me for it. You know what I'm saying there, Ariel? And it's like for a lot. Exactly. And it's like there's a lot. I feel bad for a lot of things. And it's like I'll tell everybody, I'm sorry something happened, even if I didn't have any causative effect in it. And that's something I don't understand with people. It's like they won't even say they're sorry if something bad happened. Instead of saying they're sorry, they come out like yelling at you for whatever happened. And that's where it's like I said, that's where I have that disconnect on that emotional. It's like I feel the shame and blame, but I needed to have the cause and effect there. And it's like this additional layer. And what you're saying there about how we all know in society, it's like, yeah, except for people who are more wired like me, where it doesn't make sense to me as to why people would all jump off the cliff like lemmings, because that seems to be the sort of thing that it's basically a herd mentality, for lack of a better sense. And I'm going to shut up because I'm rambling too much now, Ariel.
No worries. But yeah, wait, shoot. And see, this is the thing. Like, I have the memory of a goldfish, and I didn't. That all changed. Like, I used to have a perfect memory, and that all went down the drain after I got COVID. But basically, like what you said before, like this. Shoot, what was it? I just had it and I lost it again. It was yeah. Basically, so like if you're being blamed for something that you didn't do. So in my case, and I'm not saying you were blaming me. I'm just saying, like, in this argument, and of course not in the paradigm you're using it, but basically that if someone is afraid of or knows that they have COVID, that they will be more sick than if they didn't know or they weren't afraid. And so what happens when you have people who weren't afraid in the slightest because they were told to basically that everything's back to normal? So it's kind of like, in my perspective, I almost feel like I'm being told that the reason that I got so sick, or that there's a connection with me getting so sick and me being afraid of COVID when I wasn't afraid of COVID when I got sick, if that makes any sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. And here is where it's that forest to tree sort of issue. What I sat there and said could be entirely true. It does tend to affect people more. That allows for exceptions and all sorts of other variable routes. I mean, hell, half the time, the few times I've seen drug commercials these days on television, it seems like half of the commercial is talking about the potential side effects. You know, it's like they know that sort of thing is going to happen.
Definitely, yeah. And so, so 420 said, I'm not attacking the man, I'm attacking the arguments. And then Carr said, why 420? Why would you go after someone? And that, so I think it might have been a misunderstanding that that was the wrong question. I had an impression you did, Boo, so I'll point out that you didn't. So yeah, like, I think that's an important thing. We need to be able to like, maybe attack isn't the best word, but to go to pick apart people's arguments, but not each other.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm willing to have what I think examined. I want to be correct, because that's one of those things is I've realized a long time ago is a lot of people go around wanting to be right and obsessing about being right and fighting about being right all the time. And me, I hate being wrong. And one of the things that my father explained to me, again, this is stuff I learned toddlerhood, was that if you're sitting there, you think you're right, you believe you're right, but what you think and believe is right might not actually be right in reality. You might actually be wrong. So if you actually want to be right and want to stop being wrong in things, you need to expose those things and find out what's right and what's wrong, so you can switch from being wrong in what you think to being right. Because if you're just defending that what you think is right and the point you're defending is wrong, you're actually fighting against your purpose, because you're defending what's wrong and fighting to keep what's wrong. Did that make sense to you, Ariel? You're muted.
Yeah, so I want to move on, but I do want to address this because this is a really shitty attitude. That Jody says, my own thought is the healthy don't need to kowtow to the sick. If they need special treatment, isolate them from the healthy rather than force the healthy into unwanted procedures. No one said anything about unwanted procedures. Like, see, this is the thing. People were lied to into being told that basically, I mean, like, if you look at this, it's a level 3 biohazard, like, containment level. Like, this is something really serious. This is SARS. But the thing is that it's been so normalized that people are convinced that it's better to, you know, just try and get sick sooner rather than to try and not get sick in the first place. And yeah, like, I think, yeah, freedom does matter. But the thing is, freedom of information does as well. And when people aren't being given the actual information, then they're going to act accordingly. So, like, for instance, if you tell someone that that drinking a certain, you know, liquid is going to give them immortal life, and then it hurts them, like, at the end of the day, they're not guilty. They I mean, maybe they should have known better, but at the end of the day, you're the one that lied to them, or you're the one that didn't tell them that they were actually drinking poison.
Well, I'll take that one step further. Is I remember going to Wendy's when I was a kid. They used to have the old Victorian ads on the tabletops, and they had ads there about drinks with, you know, uranium and radioactive materials, and, you know, how electrifying you in various ways was going to be fantastic. And they were basically torturing and destroying themselves because this was what science says people should do. This is the cutting edge. And that's one of those reasons why I'm so leery when people talk about how great this cutting edge of science is yeah, I like it when they prove itself a little more. And you see where I'm going with that one, Ariel?
Definitely, yeah. So we really need to continue. Otherwise, my bladder is going to burst. So here, let's finish this video and then we'll start with
Are the majority.
Absolutely.
Around this time, more and more Jews started moving to America, and there, the reform and conservative movements reached new heights. So how did Judaism spread in America? Well, that's a story for another time. Which was known
Yeah,
as
I grew up right under that red arrow.
Where?
I grew up right under that red arrow with Judaism going into America.
So how did Judaism
Right as the
spread
biggest,
in America?
fattest, reddest part of the arrow is
Well,
right
that's a
where I
story
grew
for
up.
another time. So how
That's funny.
the reform and conservative
Here?
Yeah, the center, the biggest, reddest part of the arrow. If you right there. That's where I grew up.
movements reached new heights. So how did Judaism spread in America? Well, that's a story for another time. Which was known as the Wissenschaft des Judentums. We'll pick up that line later.
Let's see. So where's this? Okay, wait. Here's it. Here.
Dad, we got this.
We got this.
Let me check out something.
And so I want you to also pay attention to the fact that this is from 2 years ago. There's very little mainstream coverage of this anymore. If there's anytime there's mainstream coverage of the long-term effects of COVID, I feel like it's a freaking miracle. Like, you do not know how rare this is. This is this is my wheelhouse.
Ariel, one of the areas we are going to have the most level agreement here is there is poor communication of facts about COVID. There's enormous muddling of what facts exist about COVID. There's all sorts of agenda propaganda going on there, and the water is so muddled, it's almost impossible for anybody to make anything like an informed decision. Can we agree on all of that?
Definitely, yeah. 100%. So, and yeah, Borei Mine Besamim. Blessed is the one who created the kinds of the species of spices or aromatic species.
We got this. We got this.
Life is for living.
We got this.
Let's partner for all of it. Edward Jones.
My brain doesn't work most of the time, and I can't describe it any better than that. Like, the things I used to love doing, I can't do anymore because I don't remember how. I so badly want to be who I was pre-COVID, and I try to be that person, and it's just not there.
Rebecca Meyer is one of thousands of coronavirus survivors who are plagued with long-term cognitive health issues associated with COVID-19.
What's really concerning is the vast spectrum of symptoms that fluctuate over time, even neurological and psychological effects.
The severity of these issues and how long they last is still unclear, but that's starting to change. New research shows that the coronavirus may have more wide-ranging effects on the brain than previously thought.
We know that it affects the brain because of some of the symptoms that the patients are reporting. They're reporting memory issues, or they're reporting forgetfulness, they're reporting some brain fog, they're reporting some anxiety, some depression.
Doctors say some patients are also experiencing inattention and symptoms that resemble chronic fatigue syndrome, and that many are reporting them months after initially getting sick.
Patients that oftentimes are in their 20s, 30s, 40s, never had these symptoms before, or if they did, they were mild.
This isn't the first time researchers have seen this. Other viral outbreaks like SARS, MERS, Ebola, H1N1, and the Spanish flu have also caused long-term symptoms related to the nervous system.
We know that from SARS, there were long-term cognitive changes. There are 50 or 100 patients that were able to be followed up, and we saw long-term neuropsychiatric changes, changes in levels of post-exertional fatigue, levels of depression and anxiety, levels of ability to go back to work.
Long-term COVID-19 research is still in its early stages. And right now, scientists still aren't sure how the coronavirus affects neurological functioning. In certain infections, viruses can actually enter the brain. If the brain's immune system reacts, that can lead to swelling, also known as encephalitis. While this can happen with the coronavirus, researchers say it's very rare. Instead, it's more likely that the virus does its damage through an overactive immune response throughout the body. This can also lead to inflammation, which can harm neurons, cells.
And this is one of the big problems. People assume that it's a problem of immunity when it actually is likely a problem of autoimmunity.
That are essential to cognitive functioning. Here's a closer look at how that happens. The virus that causes COVID-19 usually enters the body through the nose, mouth, or eyes. From there, it can infect the respiratory system, traveling down the trachea to the lungs where it can enter the bloodstream. To fight off this infection, the body sends a flood of immune system cells and molecules known as cytokines. These cause inflammation,
So this
which
is
can make
another thing that's important to actually note. There's a higher occurrence of long COVID the younger and the healthier people are. So people who are more likely to die are less likely to get long COVID because their bodies don't produce the response that causes it. It's something that happens in healthy people, which is why if you're unhealthy, you should be scared of COVID, or not scared, but you should be concerned in some regard with COVID. And if you're unhealthy, you should really be concerned.
Okay, Ariel, if you want to start, I was gonna say, did you get to the bathroom already, or?
Yeah, I already went.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I wanted you to play the video if you hadn't gone already, because I did have a couple of comments here. And that is one of the things that for me, I need context in order to place their statements is how much testing has been done on other sorts of diseases besides COVID in these areas. How much does COVID stand out in comparison to other coronaviruses? And, again, from a science standpoint, because part of this is I know how to read medical journals. I started reading them probably about 8 or 9 years old. So, and I understand a lot of, the stuff behind this, did the Krebs cycle at 8 and stuff like that. And, it's like I understand a lot of how epigenetics and Hox genes and all that one. And that's the thing is I want to know the nuts and bolts behind what they're talking about rather than just sort of the high conclusion from the 10,000 foot level. And that's the thing is a lot of people, they just want to try to say, I need to accept that 10,000 foot conclusion. Don't worry about the nuts and bolts. And in a situation like COVID, where as we both agree, it's so ridiculously muddled, that is a dangerous position. Just saying, accept this conclusion as 100% accurate and don't doubt it. To me, those are truly dangerous people. What do you think, Ariel?
I don't see what you're trying to draw. Are you saying this video is promoting misinformation or what?
No, I'm saying I'm saying that for me, with my knowledge base, I have trouble trying to put what they're saying into the context that I need to make to draw reliable conclusions. And I'm saying that in a situation, and in some situations, that's pretty irrelevant because the situation isn't that dangerous to people. The fact that I don't understand it well enough isn't a problem because, again, it's not going to have much effect. But I think it's a problem with COVID is without enough knowledge base. And, as we both sat there and said, it's so muddled to sit there and try to claim anything at 100% and recommending people to do. That's why my recommendation to people has always been, if you think the virus is going to have you safer, get the virus. If you think that not getting the virus is going to have you safer and you want to go that route, don't get the virus. But to both of them, I've said what I said to you all the time. If you feel sick, wear the mask. Be considerate of other people. Keep your diseases to yourself. Everybody should do that regardless.
Personally, I think, and I'm not trying to trigger you, but I do, at least, that's triggering to me. It feels like it's a justification of what happens. And so here, I do want to just continue with this, but Usal said, Graham, check out the research on chromosomes 3, 9, and 12. A lot of research on the effects of SARS-CoV there. And
Usal, this is exactly what I'm saying is I will check that out, but I'm curious, what other research has been done on chromosomes 3, 9, and 12, on other sorts of coronaviruses and all, and just how it impacts. Is there? I have a good feel for this sort of stuff, and it's like that's the thing is, I want to be able to understand it, and what the explanations that I hear doesn't make any sense. And if it doesn't make sense, I'm not willing to come to conclusions. And if I'm in that state, somebody who's trying to force me from the state of uncertainty into their 100% position, that's damaging to me.
So
You see that, Ariel?
I think, and that might be the crux of the issue, is that if something doesn't make sense to you, it seems like you immediately dismiss it. And am I wrong there?
Yes.
So
and what you're doing there is exactly what I'm saying, Ariel. You're basically saying that if I'm in this state of uncertainty where I don't know, I'm kind of 60-40, unless I'm saying 100% one way, I'm saying 100% the other. It's like I have to jump in one of the two thesis, antithesis. I can't stay in this synthesis or state of a balance point or state of uncertainty. If I know what I'm doing, I go to a balance point. If I don't know, I stay at a balance point of uncertainty. Do you see what I'm saying there? And it's like, it feels like people are trying to bump me one way or the other when all I need is the evidence and logic to lead me that way, but they don't supply that to me. They just are trying to force this emotional shame and blame on me to get me out of the middle.
See, that's where I disagree, because if someone presents you with evidence and then you say that you disagree with that, or it doesn't sit right with you, then and tell me if I'm wrong, that you feel that all of a sudden that because it's you don't understand it, and because you think that, like, I mean, and see, this is the thing, you definitely have a different way of looking at things than other people. I mean, everyone has a different view than everyone else. But the thing is, everyone has a subjective standpoint. Nobody is objective. That's part of being human.
Right. However, we can always check with objective reality constantly. We can check ourselves. And if we check ourselves often enough, we can reduce the damage, because when you go off of, you go off your own point of view too much, and this is kind of relating to our stuff with the watchers, you start going off on your own too much. It's like going on credit cards. It's a debt you're going to have to pay back. And I'm not dismissing anything. I'm just not agreeing. And do you see what I'm saying? And it feels like people are getting upset with me because I won't agree with them when they're convinced. And by my standard, I'm not convinced. Even though I'm saying you have some valid points, I can't go 100%. They're getting angry at me because I won't go that 100%. I'll only go that 60%. And I won't sit there and say that they have no flaws. I have to sit there and say it's perfect. And do you see the conflict that I'm talking about, Ariel?
So I think part of it is because it comes off as dismissive. Like when before we were talking about, how, basically the U.S. is run by, was it like, by people who have been in power way too long? Like, was it like Guarantanarians or whatever? Basically people who are like in their 80s now. And so what we're talking about, we're talking about how the past two presidents are really not at the top of their game. And you happen to mention that you think that one is more than the other. And I mean, I personally think it was the other way around, but I wouldn't even say that. I just say I think that they're both deteriorating. But the thing is, it seems dismissive by taking one side, in the same way that, like, when Usal brought up the different chromosomes, how you said, well, but I'd like to see the research on other coronaviruses. And so that comes across as dismissive, even though that might not be your intent. And another thing to note is that we see that there's a higher occurrence of side effects, or not side effects, but like long-term effects from this relative to, say, the common, cold, which is a coronavirus, or even the flu, but then that it's very similar in the long-term effects to, say, SARS or MERS. And so the thing is that if someone shows you evidence and you feel that isn't, like for whatever reason you feel that isn't right, then it seems like you go and dismiss that evidence. And I mean, am I wrong in assuming that's kind of an echo chamber?
Yeah, you're wrong. And I think a step backwards to explain kind of how I function is needed here, because you're going to feel. It's like I use the words feel, think, and believe as very distinct. Feel, as I've mentioned before, all of them can be disconnected from reality. The way you connect from reality is using your senses. That's why I use that this sentence has 5 words as being a touchstone totem for truth. Because if I'm doubting things, then I check with reality. If I think something, I want to check with others and experts to see what they're saying. And once I get that one, I don't have a problem with disagreeing with an expert if I think I have a better basis for my conclusion than what they do. It's basically it's abductive logic. We've talked about this. That's Charles Sanders' Peirce.
But so just a quick question, because I'm going to forget this. So if you think that they're wrong and you think that you're right, are you still open to the possibility that you might be misunderstanding something, that that you might not be understanding what they're saying? Do you have that possibility even remaining?
Absolutely, unless it's a case of proof. And that's where I go with the difference between proof and demonstration. Mathematical, you have proof. It's 2 + 2 = 4. It can't be equals 5. It can't be equals 3. That's a proof. Now, then you have in science, it's demonstration. And there's always in science the possibility that it could be, even though it's 99.99999 whatever, right, the odds of it not being wrong, there's still that slight chance. And for some theories, it becomes almost a 50-50 coin flip when you're at the cutting edge of science. And that's I look at it as the continuum. And I try to base it off of, if the less I know, the more I'm going to rely on what the people who are experts in the area and have journeyed that territory have. As I gain experience, obviously I'm going to get an idea of which people have a better understanding of what they're saying and which ones don't. But that's not based off of who's considered the better expert. That's based off of my gaining in the knowledge of my hands-on experience of what the topic we're dealing with. As I'm able to build my internal knowledge base of accurate knowledge on the subject, I'm able to compare that to other people's knowledge base and compare us equally to the objective evidence that we can both examine with our senses. And I think I got to a point where I want to disconnect to see if any of that made sense to you, Ariel.
Yeah, definitely. So let's see it. Where was it? Oh yeah. So wait, where was it here? So Usal says it looks like it has something to do with inheritance of Neanderthal variants. I say these just that they're I say these just say they're probably something got lost in communication. But let's see.
I was curious what the it was with the Neanderthals, because there's several of them from Neanderthals. You have one of them for diabetes, I think, is a prevalence there. Some autism is more prevalent in Neanderthals.
Oh, okay. So yeah, also, so Jody, no, I'm not saying that everyone should be forced to take it. In fact, I think that if everyone had not taken, I'm not saying that it did or didn't do anything. I'm just saying if no one had taken it and everyone had worn a mask, it would have done more than if everyone had taken it and nobody had worn a mask.
We agree 100% on that, Ariel.
And so, and then Usal was saying, no one here is upset, Graham. It doesn't matter if you agree. So I mean, I think this is the thing. Like, this is when you have different parts of society disagreeing, and then like at the end of the day, I mean, what do you have when people just can't reach a conclusion, and you basically have society splitting off into two different segments? Well, except the thing is, it's not even like it's kind of fused back together because no one's taking COVID seriously anymore anyway. So it doesn't matter whether you don't believe it's serious or whether you believe that it's, you know, like whatever you believe about it, most people, unless they've been seriously affected by it, don't even think it's really a thing anymore.
And you're hitting on one of the most fundamental points. When are two people in society allowed to disagree with each other, and when are they not allowed to? And what's the basis for the decision as to which way it flops?
Well, I think that has a lot to do with the whole story of, you know, the Nephilim, because there's people who try and misinterpret it in order to they'll imply that the reason that they had to be destroyed wasn't because of the moral evils, but because of the actual the mixing or whatever. And basically this idea of when you have two different societies are clashing, it's like only one's going to be left unless they find a way to peacefully separate, or if they can fuse together. And it's kind of like the story of Cain and Abel, how they both ended up being neither of them were the suitable ones. It was actually their brother who was in the middle.
No, I totally agree. I'm sort of framing, and I agree, it reflects here. I'm sort of framing the question of not conflicts of society, but within society. It's like members of the society, and this is sort of that e pluribus unum thing, where it's sort of like our cells need to get along together in order for us to be healthy, just like the individual members of society need to get along in order for society to be healthy. And it's sort of like when the cells become cancerous, can't get along with each other, that's a problem and need to be dealt with. And that's the sort of thing you need to deal with society. And that's the sort of thing is each cell is going to have to do its, has its own job to do. Same thing in society. At what point in time can that individual choice of variance, for example,
yeah,
I was going to say the choice of ice cream. I don't think anybody should be restricted in what flavor of ice cream, but I don't think I should be forced to eat the dill pickle ice cream I saw one time in my grocery store.
Well, are you going to at least try it first?
I would be willing to try it before I say it's utterly inedible, but I don't want to be forced to have to be that being the only ice cream I buy.
All right. So yeah, let's get back on track, because William says, I came here to study the book of Jubilees. I have read several chapters. I want to learn Hebrew and Greek, this other stuff. Meh.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, William, we've been on it too much. I think we've hammered out more than enough. Thank you for helping me through that, Ariel. I think I figured out at least some stuff in order to improve next iteration.
But yeah, here, let's just finish this video and then we'll continue.
Easier for blood to form clots. When these clots build up, they can prevent oxygen from reaching vital organs.
And Jody, wait, hold on. That's not true. Unless you're saying that they pickled the dill, or that they dilled the pickles, or that they pickled the cucumbers before the flood. That's the only way they would have made it through the flood. Otherwise, it would just been cucumbers, because pickles are actually cucumbers that are pickled, which is kind of weird. A call it pickles? Why isn't it pickled cucumbers? Why isn't pickled garlic called pickle?
Wait a second here, Ariel. I think Jody may be onto something. I think maybe dill pickles were created in the flood. That the flood washed some cucumbers and some dill and some other stuff into like a cat, a crevice that got covered over, and it got fermented during the time in which the flood was going on. And then afterwards they came out and they had some dill pickles with their corned beef, with their, with the sacrifice and all.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
I mean, maybe, but at the end of the day, I don't know. I don't even think you have a mention of vinegar yet.
Oh, okay. I thought it might have been heavily implied by the text, but maybe not.
Wait, were you joking?
Yeah, totally joking.
Organs.
Wait, so what was it that you said again? I just want to get that again. Sorry.
Oh, Jody had brought up the dill pickles. And I was sort of speculating on that sort of natural evolution of dill pickles, where it's like, you know, you have like a cave or a little hole in the ground, and the dill sort of kimchi like, and the dill pickles, the cucumbers and some dill and some other stuff gets washed in there, gets covered over, and they come out and they dig it up, and there's some dill pickles sitting there.
Yeah, like a barrel or a vat of wine breaks, and then it the bacteria eat it, and then it turns into vinegar.
Exactly. Yeah.
Including the brain, which can cause cells to die. In the most severe cases, this can lead to strokes. But it's not just the lack of oxygen that can cause damage. Inflammation can also harm the protective barrier that shields the brain, making the organ more vulnerable.
The brain is protected by something we call the blood-brain barrier. And the blood-brain barrier is not really a physical barrier, but it's a biochemical barrier, and it allows certain things to go in. Cells can go in and out, certain nutrients can go in and out.
The blood-brain barrier does a good job at preventing toxins and pathogens from entering the brain. But new research shows that the coronavirus can infect and disrupt the cells that line the barrier walls. This is called the endothelium. This disruption causes the body's immune system to kick further into overdrive, leading to inflammation in the brain.
Imagine a road that is paved by endothelial cells. And along that road, you have immune cells like cars that are rolling along that road. And if a virus or something comes along and destroys that road, the lining, the endothelial cells, and it becomes rough and difficult to ride along, and the immune cells now start bumping along, they become activated, and they now start producing all sorts of free radicals and inflammatory factors. That repair process, if it goes on too long, you now have ongoing chronic inflammation. We suspect that that is what happens in the ongoing process of long haulers.
And this isn't the only way that inflammation can attack the nervous system. Cells supporting the olfactory neurons in the nose can also be damaged by the infection. Scientists suspect that when these cells die, patients might experience a loss of taste and smell. Research from other infections shows that inflammatory signals can make their way up nerves into the brain, causing even more inflammation. These are some of the ways that scientists think inflammation can affect the nervous system, and they could explain why so many long-haul patients are experiencing neurological problems. So what does this mean for those with persisting symptoms? Past epidemics offer some clues. Researchers studying the 1918 Spanish flu found that a number of survivors showed symptoms related to Parkinson's decades later. More recently, physicians have reported tremors in a few COVID-19 patients. But much of the research is still in animals.
It may range from some effects that are temporary to some that may be permanent, including loss of certain circuits that may not come back. And those may be associated with things like dementia or motor symptoms, things like Parkinsonism, things like Alzheimer's and other dementias.
But this idea is preliminary.
It's a prediction based on past events where we know that viruses that affect the brain directly or indirectly may have
a good
effects.
context,
And
or
so
good
we'll
job
have to
of
see. It'll be a matter of
saying
time
this is more so
and trying
what we
to
think.
test it.
Even so, scientists say these findings
No,
are an
no,
important
I'm
step
actually
forward,
willing to say
and
most
that
of
the
what they're
research
saying
could
is
help find
accurate too.
answers, not just for COVID-19 patients, but for those with other brain diseases too.
One reason to hope is that I also have seen patients who have recovered within weeks to months. People who may have responded well to some treatment for some underlying associated brain fog symptoms. It seems that the underlying cognitive dysfunction has been improving without any strong, immunomodulatory drugs, for example. That said, the jury is still out.
Hopefully, these issues that I'm having and other people, it's not lifelong. That's what we're hoping. It feels like it is right now. It feels like we're going to be sick forever, but we just have to hope that that's not the case.
So yeah, and I mean that's basically. I'm just taking it easy this next 1.5 years because no one around me is, and it's like what you're saying. If you know there's something wrong and no one else around you knows there's something wrong, it's like at a certain point you just kind of have to remove yourself from that situation.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying in my case. If there's a situation where you know you're not a good fit for that one, you need to protect yourself. And some of that goes back to, and we'll probably get into it later, is I would like to when we revisit the whole peanut allergy thing, because that's an interesting effect going on there that I think is worthy discussing. But let's get back to some watchers. People
Definitely.
came for watchers.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and wait, what was the thing that what was it you just said? The
peanut allergy. Oh
no, before that.
Oh, I agreed with what they said about the coronavirus here, and I'm not sure what else.
See, that's the thing. That's how badly affected like I am, and I didn't used to be like this. I'm just luckily I can remember concepts, but if I forget the thing, I can't reference it. But
it's very much as my mother died of Alzheimer's, so it seems similar somewhat to her issues with trying to deal some of the short-term memory issues up.
Yeah, that's like honestly, it's and that's the thing, because I don't know how many of my friends just straight up like they don't say, oh, you're lying, but it's kind of like you can tell they don't really believe that I'm having as difficult of a time as I am, because they don't see it, they don't feel it.
Hopefully you aren't getting any of that from me, Ariel, because I totally see and get it.
No, I'm not. It's just what I'm trying to explain is, even though I know you aren't, some of the arguments, like for instance, the idea that, the more afraid you are of something, the more it hurts you, that's kind of like a way that that narcissists abusers, especially when you're dealing with doctors or I mean, in some cases even therapists. I mean, luckily I haven't had to deal with that much, only in like the beginning of well, it wasn't even with COVID, it was something else. But the point being is that basically, if you're responsible for your own illness, then that means that the medical establishment isn't for trying to fix it or trying to get down to what's the cause of it.
No, now you're talking about, it's like there are facts, and if somebody's trying to weaponize a fact and stuff, and there you're talking about what I talked about, narcissistic abuse. If the medical establishment is outsourcing its responsibilities onto its patients, that's just abuse. That's patient abuse.
So interestingly, yeah, this is what a lot of my friends told me. But the thing is, I smoked a lot before I got COVID, and I smoked a lot after. And for whatever reason, it's never affected me negatively. Like I'll use a bunch before I go to class, and it helps me think more clearly, because I normally well, I mean, for a number of reasons, but mainly a connective tissue disorder, I have a lot of chronic pain, and so it helps me to basically be able to cut through that and use my brain and not be flooded with pain and with stress and all that. So it's like it affects everyone differently. But oh, this is what I was going to say. And see, this is the thing. Luckily, I'm able to. Some stuff will come back. So in some ways, so there's the idea that if everything's wrong and it's wrong and you can't do anything about it, you take yourself out of that situation. But what do you do when it's the entire society, when you can't just, like, when going off on your own literally means living off in a cave somewhere? And that's, in a lot of ways, that's what Amos and the early prophets were doing. They were saying this society is corrupt. People are dying because of the greed of the people who are running society, and everyone's just so goes along with it. No one opens their eyes. This whole idea of like they have eyes but cannot see, ears but cannot hear, and like literally here, this is actually the perfect place to bring it up because it is so strong. And like this is one of the reasons why I think it's important that people realize, especially if they think that their faith is what's going to save them. Okay, wait, what is it? So it's okay, yeah, it's unclean lips. So do you know the unclean lips reference in Isaiah?
Not off the top of my head, but I do believe in the power of prayer. I do believe in power of positive thought. I think it shifts it shifts the curve, the probability curve of how bad things will do. I'm not trying to say it's a cure-all or thing. It's like if you have more faith or more positive thoughts, you're not going to get sick. The odds of you getting sick or getting sick badly is less, not that it prevents it. And that's that all or none sort of thought that leads these people into just all
Yeah.
sorts of disaster.
Was it lead us not into temptation? Or I mean, I'm not Christian. I don't know how that prayer goes, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, it's and one of those. Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's watch the vid. And go.
Oh wait, was there another video?
Oh, no. I thought let's read then. I thought you were going to go with the vid. I didn't know you slipped back. Let's go.
But yeah, and another thing you mentioned. So yeah, Kara and 420 that they've also had long-term effects from COVID. So it's just something to mention. Like, there's 13 people watching here. That's just that's already that's 3 people that know for sure they've been affected. How many other people, it's not that bad, or they just haven't connected it?
No, and that's one of those things that frustrates me so much, because not once have I sat there and said it's not a real virus. Not once have I said it's not serious. Not once have I said these people haven't been horribly harmed.
Yeah, totally. Anyway, let's get into the text, because we're just recycling the same. Like we're agreeing. So here I'll just read it in English until we get to the relevant part. So actually here now, so in the year of the death of the king Uzziah, Adonai. Oh, I beheld et Adonai. I beheld our Lord dwelling or sitting upon a throne, high throne. Was it Kisaram, a lofty throne, Vinisa, and lifted up. Oh, this Shulavav, this here, the skirts of his robe lifted or filled the temple. Mileim et hahechal, they filled the palace. Seraphim omdim mimal lo shesh. So seraphim stood from around, or like in around, from around. Here it says in attendance, lo of him. Shesh knafaim, they had 6 wings. Wait, what? Shesh knafaim le'achad. How's it saying? It's like each of them had 6 wings. Why is it repeating it though? They had 6 wings. 6 wings. Le'achad bishtaim. I'll just read a translation. Each of them had 6 wings. With 2 he covered his face, 2 he covered his legs, and with 2 he would fly. And vakara zeh el zeh, and they said, and they would say to this, or one to another, or they would cry out one to another and say, Kadosh, 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 Adonai Tzavaot, Malo Kol Haaretz Kevodo. So, holy, holy, holy is Yehovah of the heavenly armies. He fit his Kevodo, or that's repetitive. His kavod, his glory, which is also connected with the Shekhinah, fills the entire earth. And the doorposts. What's this saying? Meaning of Hebrew. What's this? To amot, cubits. Maybe. Oh, maybe it's saying that it's referring to the length of it. Anyway, so the doorposts would shake up as the sound of the one who called, and the house kept filling with smoke. I cried, Vamar oili. I cried, oh my, ki need meti. What is this? Oily. Oh, okay, wait. So woe. Okay, it's saying woe is me. So woe. Oily is woe is me. Need meti. For I am like. Is this dama? Be like, resemble. Cause to cease, cut off, destroy. Oh, it's saying, I am like ki ish, I'm like a man, timei sfatayim, of unclean or defiled lips, or impure lips. Anochi, because ki ish tamei sfatayim anochi, for I am like a man of unclean lips. Ubetoch tamei sfatayim anochi yoshev, and I am in the midst of a people of unclean lips. I dwell because the king, because the king Yahweh Tzavaot Ra'u Eina, because he saw. I saw in my eyes, or my eyes saw. I'm just going to read a translation. Then one of the seraphs flew over to me with a live coal, which he had taken from the altar with a pair of tongs. He touched it to my lips and declared, was it Vayomer, Hine, behold, Nagaze, because this is touched, Alsfatecha, your lips, Visar Onecha, your guilt shall turn away, and V'chatatecha, and your sin, Tikfar will be purged, or Kippur will be forgiven. Yeah, here I'll just read a translation. Then I heard the voice of my Lord saying, "Whom shall I send? Who will go for us?" And I said, "Here I am, Hineni." Vayomer Hineni shalacheni. So here I am, send me. So pick me, send me. And he said, "Go, say to that people." So Vayomer lech, and he said to me, "Vamarta," and say to the le'am, say to the people, to that people, Hazeh. Shimu shomea, surely listen, ve'el tavinu, and sorry, there's something in my eye. So shimu shamoa. So surely listen, ve'el tivun tavinu, and but you will not hear. Dang it, I don't know what's in my. So surely listen, but do not understand. Vereu ra'o ve'al teda'u. So, and surely look, but do not understand. Hashmen, so it's this fatten, lev ha'am, fatten the heart of the nation, of this nation, ha'amaza, ve'aznav hakaved, and their ears, hakved, make them heavy or weighty. I guess like make like fill them. Ve'enav, and their eyes, hasha pen yure. What's this? Hasha. It's look, lest yure you see. Ve'enav, with the eyes. Wait, was it? Okay, so yeah, I must be missing. Oh, Aznav. Wait, so it's Aznav Hakaved, Enav Hasha'a, Penyura. Yeah, I'm just going to read a translation. So stop its ears, seal its eyes, lest sing with its eyes. Oh, yeah, Penyure Be'enav, lest, so you do not. So it's saying do this, so, or that it is the case, so you do not see, and in your ears, so you do not hear. And in your heart, so that you do not understand, and vishav, and turn virafalo, and be healed, or be restored. I asked him, "How long, my lord?" And he replied, "Till towns lie waste without inhabitants, and houses without people, and the ground lies waste and desolate. For the Lord will banish the population, and deserted sites will be made many in the midst of the land. But while a 10th part yet remains in it, it shall repent. It shall be ravaged like the terebinth and the yoke, of which stumps are left even when they are felled. Its stump shall be a holy seed."
Interesting.
So any thoughts on that?
I was going to say, is there significance to terebinth and oak?
Sorry, what?
Terebinth and oak at the end.
Yeah, so here, look at this. So, where is it? Ka'ela. Sorry, yeah?
I was going to say the other one is the thought of the stump echoes some of that Asherah stumps that we were looking at.
It's also the idea of the root of Jesse, or the Samach David, the branch of David. But so here's the word. So Ka'ela ve'ka'alon. So Ela and Alon. So they're both derived from the Aleph Lamed root. So Ela, terebinth, derives from El, divine, but on lacking of clear distinction between Ela, Alon, and Elon. Terebinth, pistachio, terebinthus, a deciduous tree with pinnate leaves and red berries, occasional in Palestine, grows to great age, always of single tree near Shechem, tree in which Absalom was caught, expressly of idol shrine. Interesting. So it's there's this connection to like holy trees.
Yeah. And let me see. Earlier on, scroll back to earlier.
Where?
Keep going up. I mean, keep going back. There. Seeing with eyes, ears, and the sealing of it. And also the grasping of the mind. That seems to tie in directly to what we're talking about here. Where dulling the people's minds, that's what happened. And it's like they're stopping their ears, sealing the eyes. That's what I was talking about in our discussion of how I do things, where those are the senses that I'm referring back. And they're basically saying that seeing with the eyes, hearing with your ears, and then grasping that with your mind is what's going to lead you to repent and save. And again, that's sort of what I'm talking about when I'm saying I reference that in order for my touchstone back to the truth, in order to prevent myself from getting too out of alignment with the truth. So I guess if you do some sort of equating of truth equals God, I guess I'm doing some sort of this thing similar to similar process with truth that these people are talking about doing with God.
At least the way I understand it is that it's saying that people won't actually repent and start changing their actions until they see the end results of it. And the thing is, oftentimes that's not until it's too late.
Yeah, no, I think we're saying the same things, where they get deceived with what they're getting deceived by their thoughts and beliefs and feelings, and they're getting led away from truth. And it's they can only deny it for so long until their eyes and their ears and their senses bring them back to the inevitable reality and truth. Is that sort of where we're finding common ground, Ariel?
Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me. So, let's see. So, let's go back to the text. So, I just need to get this first, but let's see. So we finished off at 11, I think. Shit.
Let me see. Grab my notebook here.
But yeah, so why do you think that it's okay for the sons of Adam to sleep with the daughters of the angels, but it's somehow an issue when it's the other way around?
Well, the first simplest answer is that appears to be the order that God set up in Jubilees. Since they didn't have a problem with that happening beforehand, and they have a problem with that gender sort of situation here. That's my guess. I mean, that's the most simplest level. And now it becomes the question of why would that be a problem?
Yeah, question.
And I'm going with that one where they're doing the special names, and that has different than sort of like the generic man and woman. And it seems like they're dealing with, I'm seeing that as an interplay between two of my levels of interpretation, where the names are more like archetypal figures, more forces of nature sense, and man and woman are like the physical individual peoples like you and I. So, and again, it's kind of fast and loose here with the interplay between them. And it's seeming like as long as you had the male archetypal forces interacting with the female, the male human archetypal forces interacting with the female aspect of the angelic forces, that was fine. But once you started to have the male and female individuals happening, when the male angel force aspect, the male aspect of the angel force interacted with that one, it became corrupting is the aspect. And I think that some of that hypergamy and the inherent unfairness of competition and inequality going on there is definitely coming into play here. I'm kind of
Interesting. So, Usal, if you're still here, give me some niguns to use, because I'm like trying to think of something, so I'm not just using the same tunes. And then what else was there? Doesn't it possibly refer to female angels rather than human women that were punished in Enoch's sirens? You might have to be more specific, because the female angels would be like, like the daughter of Barakiel, so it implies they're at least half angel or something. But let's see. So let's get to the text. And actually, let me find a tune real quick. I need to also blow my nose. All right, I think I got it. I know what to use. All right, so Vayomer lo yadon ruchi be'adam le'olam ki basar hu vehi yamav 120 שנה וישלח את חרבו ביניהם למען יכויש את אחיו ויכלו להכות איש את אחיו על אשר נפלו כולם לפי חרב ונשמדו ועל הארץ ועיני אדבותיהם אורות ואחרי כן נאסרו במעמקי האדמה עד יום המשפט הגדול כי אז אנושי נושיעו כל אשר שכחותו את דרכיהם ואת עלילותיהם לפני אדוני וישמד את כל משכנותיהם ולא נותר מהם עד אחד אשר לא ספד אותו ככל רעתם ויעש לכל ברועב קרב חדש ונכון אשר לא יחטטו לעולמים וכל קרבן וכל איש יצדק במולדתו לעד ועונש כלהם נחרץ וחירות על לוחות השמיים בלי עולתה וכל חסירים מן הדרך אשר נועד להם ללכת בה אם לא ילכו בה העונש כתוב לכל קרב ולכל דור ולא ינסל כל אשר בשמיים ועל הארץ באור ובחושך בהגיע צלמות בית ובתהום רבה ובמקום האופל וקולו נסם קלה ונחרץ וכתוב וחרוט לכולם את הגדול ישפוט כגדולו ואת הצעיר כצעירתו ואת כל איש ואיש ישפוט על פי דרכו ולא ייקח שוחר ואמרו כי יושב לשפוט את כל בשר כי ישב לשפוט את כל בשר כי ישב לשפוט את כל בשר. So let's see. So what's the meaning of Bak Kol? So the Bak Kol is the daughter of the voice or the voice of the daughter, but it's generally very kind of depersonified when it comes to Jewish tradition just because of how potentially non-monotheistic it could seem to some people. But basically it's this idea, it's not like the Holy Spirit because you can't possess the Bak Kol. The Shekhinah, or the Holy Spirit, is something that descends in the world and exists in the world, whereas the Bat Kol is something that emanates from heaven down to earth. So it's not like something from heaven going down to earth. It's literally something emanating out from heaven. It's like calling down to earth from heaven, not going down to earth, if that makes any sense. Any comments on that before we start?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what difference you're going there between coming down and emanating down. I'm not sure the big difference between those.
Okay, imagine you're up in the bleachers and you're watching a game, and you have a bullhorn and you're shouting down to the people in the court with a bullhorn. That's the Bat Kol. Now imagine you're in the heavens, or you're in the bleachers, and all of a sudden you see something, and so then you go and you actually go into the court. That's the difference.
Yeah, sort of like it pops you up and all of a sudden you get the front row seats.
Yeah, except the idea is that the Shekhinah is like, so when it says Kol ha Kadosh Kadosh Kadosh, holy holy holy, Yoah Tzavot, is the is Yoah of the heavenly hosts. Kol haaretz milo kevodo, the whole earth is filled with his glory. His glory is the Shekhinah, or the Holy Spirit. And so it's this idea that everywhere in it. So like there's this here. Actually, let me see if I can find this, and you might recognize the two. One second. Okay, here. 1 second. Here. Just need to make sure to find one that is not. Oh, this should be.
Hi, Shmoo. How you doing? You know the song, Hashem is here, Hashem is there? Do you know the song? Who can sing the loudest? Let me hear you all sing together as loud as you can. Gone deaf, not that loud.
Hashem is here, Hashem is there, Hashem is truly everywhere. Hashem is here, Hashem is there, Hashem is truly everywhere. Up, up, down, down, right, left, all around, here, there, everywhere. That's where he can be found. Up, up, down, down, right, left, and all around, here, there, and everywhere. That's where he can be found. Hashem hu po, Hashem hu sham, Hashem nimtza bechol olam. Hashem hu po, Hashem hu sham, Hashem nimtza bechol olam. Lemala milfanim mitzad smol, veyamin nimtza hu bechol makom me'aretz ad maroim. Lemala milfanim mitzad smol, veyamin nimtza hu bechol makom me'aretz ad marom. Hashem is here, Hashem is there, Hashem is truly everywhere. Hashem is here.
So let me see if I can find a better one, because it can get. Oh wait, is it here? This is good.
Boys and girls, do you
guy
know
is
where
quiet.
Hashem is? Where is Hashem?
Hey, Kara.
Where is Hashem? Hashem, where is Hashem?
So also before we watch this, so can you all tell me why there might be an issue with the idea of saying that Hashem is here, Hashem is there, Hashem is everywhere?
What's the problem?
I was going to say, I don't know what the problem is. That sounds like the concept of immanence.
So it's the idea that God exists outside of the universe, but inside at the same time. And obviously in Judaism, and especially in Kabbalah, it's explained as the reason is because, God can manifest within his creation, but it's not as his full, potential. And so the idea is that that God, that the part of God that we can interact with directly, is the feminine part, which is the Shekhinah or Chokhmah. And there's something really powerful about that, because it's like, for whatever reason, you need that duality, or maybe you don't need it, but at least for some people, at least for me, I definitely needed it in order to understand, like, okay, so how can you have a God that creates the world and is so powerful that they can create the world from nothing, but then also doesn't exist within that world, or is like, or why don't they exist in the world? And the reason is because it's like this idea of, imagine you have like a nuclear power core, and then you just try and bring that out into the middle of a town square. You're not going to have a good time.
No, I see what you're saying. The way I always resolve the issue in that polarity, and again, I'm going to my math thing, is what I learned in complex analysis is basically the point at infinity, where you can take every point in a plane, and you can correspond it. You can correspond, and you have a point at infinity there. And I always thought that as sort of the field point concept there, and that'd be the point at infinity would be the transcendent part of God, and the infinite field would be the immanent part. That was always how I resolved it. Once I learned that in my math classes, that worked for me.
Interesting. It's interesting how math can be so obscure to some people, and for other people it can. I mean, like, because there's times where I've been able to understand where math is like, it's the only way you like. It's where it's like math works when words don't.
Yeah, that's why I say it's expresses stuff that you can't put into words a lot of times.
Interesting. It almost reminds me of this idea of like the air that cannot be grasped, or like or words that cannot be spoken.
Very much. I definitely get a lot of that feeling from again, you're talking Maimonides and stuff there. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so here, let's watch this and we'll continue.
He is up, up, down, down, right, left, and all around. Here, there, everywhere. That's where he can be found. Hashem is here, Hashem is there, Hashem is truly everywhere. Hashem is here, Hashem is there, Hashem is truly everywhere. Down, down, right, left, and all around. Here, there, everywhere. That's where he can be found. Up, down, down, right, left, and all around. Here, there, everywhere. That's where he can be found. Well, boys and girls, as I mentioned earlier, today's a mitzvah day. Every day is a mitzvah day. And one of the many mitzvahs we do is to take care of our health. And now it's time for Uncle Moishy exercises. Well, let's learn Uncle Moishy exercises. The first thing we do is we pick up our pointers. May I see your pointers, please? Pointers, please. That's right. Let's all point up, up. Down, down. Right, left. Now let's point all around. Here, point to yourself. There, point to your neighbor. And everywhere. Boys and girls, let's do Uncle Moishy exercises by pointing to all the places where Hashem is. May I see your pointers? Pick up your pointers, please. Get ready. And here we go. Hashem is here, Hashem is there, Hashem is truly everywhere. Hashem is here, Hashem is there, Hashem is truly everywhere. Up, up, down, down, right, left, all around. Here, there, everywhere. That's where we can be found. Again, up, up, down, down, right, left, all around. Here, there, everywhere. A little faster. Up, up, down, down, right, left, all around. Here, there, everywhere. That's where we can be found. Up, up, down, down, right, left, all around. Here, there, everywhere. That's where we can be found. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. Up, down, down, right, left, all around, here, there, everywhere. That's where he can be found. Down, down, right, left, all around, here, there, everywhere. That's where he can be found. Have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. Have no fear, Amisol Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. We do not want to wait. Hey, hey! Boys and girls, give yours of a big, big clap. We know where Hashem is.
Wow, I just felt this feeling of kind of being in a simulation. It's like, wow, how ridiculous. I mean, is it Hashem everywhere?
Well, so that's one of the things that I thought about that I never thought about it ever before, because like I heard that song growing up, but I don't know, to me it was just like this idea that he's watching, he's everywhere. But now I think about it in a different context, because it's this idea that there's nowhere that God isn't, and it's not like that God's everywhere judging you. I mean, maybe that's part of it, but it's this idea that like if God is everywhere, then that means that God isn't not in the place where I am, or where you are, or where Graham is, or where everyone who's watching this is. It's this idea that, like, obviously it's not like the sum collective of, because even you could have everything in existence combined and that's not God, but it's part, or it's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's this idea that, like, if God is everywhere, is God everything? And it's like that's kind of like where you get into this really interesting philosophical discussion.
You're headed into Spinoza land there, Ariel.
Oh, should I slow down? Am I going to get excommunicated? Oh, wait, no. At least I don't have a sister that I forgot to pay back. That's why he got excommunicated.
You're safe there. Yeah, you're safe. You've paid all your debts. No, I'm glad you corrected me on that one. It's like, that's where an accurate, like we talked about, a piece of accurate factual information gets interpreted incorrectly.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking about, in previous conversations, we talked about Ouroboros. And today, I think Judy in the comments mentioned sirens. And like, it's like something interesting she wrote, like, are sirens are the angels that had been punished? I'm sorry, I might misquote that.
Here.
Were punished in Enoch as sirens. And I have been writing, because I'm a singer, I had been called a siren a lot of times. So I was like a little bit obsessed about sirens. So I have poems about sirens. I have a musical that I started to write about siren interacting with Ouroboros. So siren would be like this woman with amnesia on the land who keeps looking at the sea, and like she keeps getting people mad around her because she has this power and she doesn't know why. And then she closes her eyes and she can only see Ouroboros. And then when you play this Hashem and sirens, and like Graham is always associated to me with Ouroboros, because that's the first conversation we had. It's like that idea of this Ouroboros. And so there was this idea of Hashem everywhere. And you are way more beyond your seeing, beyond beginning and the end of time. Who are you, an enigmatic serpent? You all I see encompassing in my world. I'm all and nothing, I'm pure knowing. I wasn't born but have evolved. What is beyond you? Pure potential, pure light, no texture and no fears. You'll know yourself as long as you're within me. Without me, all knowledge disappears. So that I wrote like 2.5 years ago. and I wrote it about the conversation with Ouroboros. So sirens talk to Ouroboros, and I did not think about that poem for a very long time until I heard that Hashem everywhere, and there is siren in the comment, and there is Graham with this Ouroboros idea. It's like, it's amazing.
No, that's beautiful poem, Kara. Thank you for sharing it.
I love it. It's like it's weird because it's like it's not the meaning isn't immediately obvious what it means, but it's not like you don't even have to figure it out. It's like it's eminent, but it's not obvious. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Like it's cryptic, but I don't know how to explain it. It's like it's almost like it's clear if you're looking at it from the right angle, and maybe it's just like because maybe before it wouldn't have been so like it just comes natural, like the interpretation of it, like to I don't know, like to me no time in between hearing it and what it meant to me.
Yeah, it's sort of like what's really nice is it captures the Ouroboros in an Ouroboros-like manner. So it's reflecting back on itself. That's one of the aspects I like about it.
Yeah. Did you guys talk about sirens? That question was very interesting.
That was actually, that's from the Book of Enoch, I believe they're saying, and we haven't gotten to that one yet. I was gonna say one of the senses I'm getting from that is there's probably a sense they're right on, because the structure that the portfolio that I have for sirens are essentially that female spirit that tempts men to their doom sort of thing. And it's sort of like that aspect of the anima eros that's attracting to men, but at that part that they can't resist. Only it's a good thing if it's in the right context. But here, that being the bad angels, that the fallen angels, it would be the bad ones, and they're using to the bad effect that way. Does that make sense to you, Kara? Since you're definitely much more in tune with sirens than I am.
Yeah, I never read the Book of Enoch. So like the only thing I know from about sirens is from mythologies, like Greek mythology. And it's beautiful that it's like the same as Satan also is a cast out angel, right? Like he used to be Lucifer, the morning star, like that beautiful angel, and then he was cast out to hell, I think. So that's how he created, and then a female equivalent would be sirens, like cast out angels, punished angels, in the Book of Enoch. I never heard of that.
I was going to say, I don't know in the Book of Enoch, but probably in the traditional Mesopotamian mythology, Lilith would be your go-to companion to Satan. That was always traditionally considered, his wife, so to speak.
So, one of the things that's interesting. So, one of the suburbs of Tel Aviv, it's called Bat Yam. Bat Yam means daughter of the sea. But in Canaanite mythology, Yam didn't just mean sea; it literally meant the sea god, or Poseidon, or like it'd be like basically. Mateus said, "Kara, are you familiar with the Melusine?"
Absolute goy. No knowledge of whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't. I've heard it referenced, but Mateus knows more. Anyway, so with Bat Yam, basically it means daughter of the sea, or a lot of depictions of her show her as a mermaid. And I actually don't know if she's a figure in mythology or if that would just be the title of one of his daughters. But,
I was going to say, if you want to get back to the text, I did have a couple of questions.
Oh, yeah.
And the biggest one I had is, what are they talking about with sword? Because this is the first time we've encountered sword before.
All right, so let's see. So And he said lo yadon, so judge. I will my spirit will not judge. No, there must be another context to this. Judge, judgment. It's saying my spirit will not always abide on man, for they are flesh. But here it's vayomer lo, and I said, would it be? Oh, and he said vayomer lo, yadon, like yadon ruchi, my spirit will judge. I have a feeling there's some sort of and this might be a different. This might be connected to. It's saying this is from. Yeah, I don't know. This one's really obscure because it says will not abide on man. Oh, abide on is different than abide in, probably, right?
Could be. The sense I'm getting out of there is that almost intuitive connection to the Word of God, so to speak. And this is where that spirit, that intuitive direction is going to disappear, and man's going to basically have to learn it for himself after this.
Okay, I think I found it. So continue to do, or continually, or to contend. So my spirit will so when he said my spirit will not contend in mankind forever, because he is flesh, and hayu, and they yamav, what is this? And their days and his days shall be mea vesrim, 120 shana, 120 years. So and he sent the sword. So he sent his sword, Beinehem, between them, Lamat, so that Yaku, so that they would, so as to strike the Ish et Achav, to strike, so that the man would strike his brother, or how's it saying that each should slay his neighbor. So Vayichalu, and they start lehakot, to smite Ish et Achav, and so that a man would start to smite his brother. Ad Asher, until Niflu, he fell, until he completely fell before the sword, and was just decimated upon the earth and in the eyes of their father. Avoteham, in the eyes of Avoteham Ro'ut. I don't know. It says, and they began to slay each other until they fell all by the sword and were destroyed from the earth. And after this, they Nasru Asar. After they were witnesses of their destruction. Oh, after they were bound, Be'amikeha Adama. After they were bound in the. Wait, did we already read this part? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. So what word are they using for sword, and is there any significance for that? Because it seems like, is this the first sense of a division sort of thing?
So the word is chayrav. Here. So interesting. It can be to be burned, dried up, or ruined, or laid waste. But here's so chayrav. Let's see, sword. Yeah. The sword-shaped handle of a plow as well.
So it would be the handle of the plow. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So, let's see, where are we? Oh yeah, so and they were bound in the depths of the earth until the day of judgment, until the day of the grand judgment, because then Enosh, is this Enosh? Because then they will be punished. They will surely be punished, as though they have destroyed. Maybe, they'll be punished like they have destroyed their ways, and aliloteham, and those that have corrupted lifnei Hadonai, who have corrupted before the Lord. And he destroyed all mishkanot Wait, what? That's interesting. Mishkanotehem. He destroyed all their sanctuaries. It doesn't. So this word mishkan is the same word that's used for tabernacle. So this is implying they had tabernacles all the way before the flood.
Interesting. So would then the tabernacle then be related to Cain and the first sacrifice, and that inherently went together?
Maybe, I'm not sure though. So, and he destroyed their tabernacles and did not leave anything remaining among them until there was not even one that was not judged according to all Ra'atam, according to all his fellows, or according to their evil. And he made for all his creations or his works, Kerev Chadash, he joined them to a new, and he made for all his creations, Karav, it's saying a new and righteous nature, but I don't know how it's Kerev. Maybe there's some implication of, I don't know. Anyway, maybe it's like, I don't know. An offering, or like righteous in the context of a korban or a sacrifice being righteous, maybe. And he established that no sin, there should be no sin for all, in their whole, in their midst, and all man that does righteous, or that is righteous, bimoladito, in his generation, le'ad, until, or will be for a witness, maybe. Ve'onesh kalahem, and they were punished, and their judgment was stretched out. Is this like dug? Cut or cut in, was cut in and engraved upon the heavenly tablets, without olata, without sacrifice, or without injustice. And all those who turned from the path that Noad, that was appointed to them, that go in it, if they do not go in it, they will be punished. It is written that all who go to the midst of that generation, I don't know, all who depart from the path which is ordained for them to walk in, and if they walk not therein, judgment is written down for every creature of every kind. And they do not, there is interesting. There's nothing that is delivered. There's nothing out of everything that is in the heavens and upon the earth that is delivered. Is that saying, or in light or in darkness? Begay Salmot, in the valley of the shadow of death, or in Tehom, so in in chaos, or Tehoma, Tehom, Betehom Rabbah, so in the great darkness, Ube Makom Haofel, or in the place of darkness. Oh, so it's saying Tehom Rabbah is Sheol. Interesting. So Tehom Rabbah, they're saying is Sheol, and that Makom Haofel is like interesting, in the place of darkness, which is not judged. And because they were judged, or because their judgments were finished and engraved and written and inscribed for all, or all of them were, the great judgment was, what's this? Et Hagadol Yishba, his great judgment. It says, in regard to all he will judge. It's and his great judgment that will be great, and what's this? Kegadluve. So it'll be great as his like in his likeness, or according to him. Ketsiar to, like according to him. and all man and man that is judged upon the mouth of the path, or no, it's very symbolic language how it's saying like P darcho, the mouth, or like the words of his path, or something, that's his way, each according to his way. Oh, maybe it's Lafi is according to. Sorry, I'm a bit rusty on some of this. So and then I think this is and he will not take or he will not receive shoched, conciliation for in his words, because he dwells in judgment and all flesh. Because he judges, because he sits in judgment, or like sits waiting judgment, or will execute judgment, and upon all flesh. So any thoughts on this? Sorry, it was very convoluted.
No, and I second.
Shoot. Graham just got disconnected.
Oh no.
I don't know what happened. I'm going to message him.
Judgment.
Yeah, this one's very all judgy. It's like, I don't know. It's not as interesting as some of the other ones.
It's interesting though. Like I have been contemplating lately about pure observation without judgment. And here is a little bit in reverse. We need judgment to distinguish what's right and wrong. He will judge.
It's like you need a good balance to be able to know right from wrong, but not so much that you're unable to, like basically you can't view yourself as the ultimate judge. Otherwise you're like, oh, because I don't like this, therefore it's not good, as opposed to I don't like this because it's not good.
You might not have all the information to be a good judge. Only an omnipotent being can be a good judge.
And even that might be a bit debatable. I don't know. But let's see. So, Graham, do you have any thoughts?
Hey, Ariel.
Hey,
no, I was going to say, did you, I was asking a question, and I know I got my signal dropped. I was wondering about that not, and the alls and the convoluted logic. I was agreeing with you there.
Yeah, I don't quite understand it. Like a lot of this, it's just like, if this, then that. It's very like legalistic.
Well, I'm looking at it as logical gates, and that's my specialty. So that's why I was wondering if there were, we may have to, if not, probably not today, but at some point in the future, come back and revisit, or at least I'll decompress it and run it by you to see if I have it right.
Definitely, yeah. So let's maybe just continue. That way we can get to the good stuff. Or, well, I guess not so good because the world's getting destroyed, but.
Oh, one thing I wanted to say there, Ariel, we may want to schedule this as a part 1, part 2, because I do have my church thing at, I need to go to that about 10:30. So we have about an hour here that we can keep working. So I figure we can get to about where we can in an hour. And if you can look at a good stop point, we can pick it up again later, and you can continue with Cara or whoever after I have to go to my church thing.
Oh, yeah.
I also have an hour, like tops.
All right, cool. So let's see.
Yeah, because we can't do the whole flood disaster of the earth in an hour. That's not fair to the disaster.
It happened pretty fast.
That's 40 days.
Well, wait, was it only it took 40 days for it to be over? I thought that's just when. Oh, I see your point. I see your point, but yeah, if you take it that literally, okay. So yeah, let me just find the tune that I was going to use. Okay, there. Let's see. Sorry, one moment. Is this? Shoot, what was it? Okay, here I'll just look through the list of stuff I have here pulled up. Okay, yeah. I know what to do. Where is it? Okay. וכי ייתן לו איש את כל אשר על הארץ לא יישא פניו, ולא ייקח דבר מידו כי הוא השופט. ועל בני ישראל כתוב וחרוץ לאומר אם יפנו אליו בצדקה יסלח לכל אסמם ויישא לכל עונם. כתוב וחרוץ כי כל מודה ועוזב פשעיו ירוחם. פעם אחת בשנה אבל לא רוחמו, כל אשר שחיתו את דרכם ואת יצרם לפני המבול, אך נוח לבדוק כי פניו נשאו בגלל הבנים אשר הציל למענהו מימי המבול, כי לבו היה צדיק בכל דרכיו, כאשר ציווה ולא עבר עד כל אשר נפקד עליו. ויאמר אדוני ימך כל אשר בחר ומכל בהמה עד חיית השדה ועוף השמיים ועד הרמס הרומס על הארץ. ויצאו את נוח לעשות לו תיבה להנצל מימי המבול, ויעש נוח תיבה לכל אשר צאו ביובל השביעה ו20 בשבועה החמישי בשנה החמישית, ויבוא אליה בשנה השישית בו בחודש השני בראש החודש השני עד יום 16 בו בא, ובכל אשר הביאנו לו אל התיבה. ויזכר אדוני בעדו מחוץ ביום שבעה 10 בערב, ואדוני פתח 7 ערובות שמים להמטיר מים מן השמים על הארץ 40 יום ו4 לילה. So let's see what are they? So and because and if he gave to a man his all that was upon the earth, he would not lift his face and would he would not lift his face and would not take the thing from his hand because he judged for his. Oh, it's saying if one gave everything that is on earth, he will not regard the gifts of the person, nor accept anything in his hand, for he is a righteous judge. Interesting. And upon the children of Israel, and of the children of Israel, it is written and engraved to say, if yifnu, if you face, or if you turn to face, elav, if you turn from him, elav, turn to him in justice, yislach salach, and in forgiveness, or like in sorrow, or like, you're asking for forgiveness, lekol ismamam ishmam, for all their offenses, vayisa, then they will be lifted, lekol onav avonam, they will be lifted from all their transgressions. Katuv v'charutz, it is written and engraved that all modah, all ordination, or all that is fashioned, ve'ozev, and abandoned, all that is fashioned and abandoned, pisha'av, all transgression that is, it says, show mercy to all who turn from all their guilt once every year. I'm not sure. Yerucham, he will show mercy to those who who abandon their like transgressions once a year. So that's saying that's like Yom Kippur. But he will not take mercy upon those that, or upon all that he, or all those that are corrupted in their ways, and those that are formed before the flood. What's it saying? And for all those who corrupted their ways and their thoughts before the flood, no man's person was accepted save that of Noah alone. So yeah, before the flood. Noach, but Noah. So no one but Noah before the flood. Levado ki panav. So Noah alone, because he turned and lifted. He turned and lifted Biglal Habanim, his children, that and like he rescued them lema'anehu, in response, mimei hamabul, in response to the waters of the flood. Or here it's saying, for his person was accepted in behalf of his sons, whom God saved from the floods of the waters of the flood on his account. Because his heart was righteous, and all his paths were, his paths were as he was commanded, and did not err or cross over upon all that nifkai, all that was instructed upon him, or that was visited upon him, decreed upon him. Okay. So he listened to everything God told him and saying. And he said to, and God said, and the Lord said, Yamech, that he will destroy, that he will destroy Kol Asher, all that is Becharba, that all that is in the sword. Wait, Becharba, what's this? Oh, with the sword. Mikol Behama, all the cattle, Ad Chayat Hasadeh, until the beasts of the field and the birds of the heavens, and until the like reptiles, or the creatures that crawl upon the earth. And he commanded Noah to build for himself an ark, a teva, and to rescue him from the waters of the flood. And so Noah built the ark, and all that he was commanded in. So it's saying he built the ark for all that he was commanded to, I guess. Oh, in all the respects, or it's saying in all the ways that he was commanded to. But Yovel Hashvia, or Hashiva, in the 7th Jubilee, in the 10th week, Besrim Bashvua, and in the 5th year, Hachamishi Bashana Hachamishit. In the 5th year, hold on. So, in the 17th Jubilee, the 7th, in the 5th year, 5th week and the 5th year. So 17th Jubilee, 5th week, 5th year. And he entered into Bishana Hashishi, he entered into the 6th year. Bo be Chodesh, it came in the month, in the 2nd month, in the head of the month, or the first of the month, Hashini of the 2nd month. So the first of the 2nd month, Ad Yom, until this day, until that day, which it's saying is the 16th, Shisha Eser, 16th, Boba, until it certainly came, Hu V'chol Asher, him and all that Havenu, all that understood, all that were brought to him, brought to him, El Hateva, to the ark, and Vayiskor, and he closed, and God, Vayiskor Adonai, God closed the Be'edo, closed the separations, Mechutz, from the outside, B'yom Hashiva, on the 7th day, Shiva Eser Be'erev, on the 17th day at night. And so here's the 33, and then we'll discuss. I think this is a good pace because we can finish it probably before you have to go, maybe. We just have to speed up. So, and God opened on the and so God opened the 7 aruvot, the 7 openings, shamayim of heaven, lehamtir, to pour out or to rain, mayim, water, min hashamayim, water from the heavens, al haaretz, upon the earth, arba'im yom, 40 days, ve'arba'im laila, and 40 nights. So any thoughts?
40 days and 40 nights. Oh, grammars again. 40 days and 40 nights. Why is that number so significant?
So this is actually interesting. So the numerological value of the letter mem, which is also the first word in mayim, which is water, it's equal to 40. But on top of that, 40 represents a generation. It's saying that it was like making sure to get rid of all the generation.
Interesting.
Also, Graham, you're back on stage now. I didn't realize that you got kicked out or whatever. I don't know what happened. Can you hear me?
Am I back on?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, my screen didn't update. As long as you can hear me, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I had some things I wanted to say on that one because you're hitting on a lot of stuff here. It definitely seems like those the floodgates are going to be the 7 double letters we've been talking about. I was looking up. Let me see here. Yeah, there's some of this. There's too much here for me to unpack right today. But we're looking at earlier. The cattle sticks out at me as something that keeps coming up separate as everything else. My guess is those are just domesticated animals as opposed to beasts. It's the sort of feel I'm getting.
Yeah, so basically, behema is domesticated. Chai hasadeh it's like the beasts of the field. It's basically the beasts that they scavenge in the fields.
Gotcha. The biggest one that I'm getting here, and let either of you let me know if this is a new take or where you've heard it before, but it seems to me like the big reason for the need for the flood and the destruction is those people were not capable of repenting. Once they went bad, they stayed bad. And because that seems like the big emphasis later on when they're talking about that the forgiveness once a year. And that's sort of like a reset. It's like if you stay on the path, but if you go bad, you get that reset once a year. Sort of like I talked to about how much I try to reset with the truth as much as possible. And it seems like this is setting up and that's my personal choice. Seems like this is setting up like a religious, a societal requirement, and both societal and personal, where once a year minimum, they need to do that touching base kind of thing. Are you getting any sort of sense of that? And it's because that they didn't have even the option of that before, that everything had to get destroyed.
They had the option because Noah repented.
When did Noah repent?
By building the ark. He recognized that the flood was coming because of the sins. Not to say that he participated in that, but that he was repentant.
No, that's what I'm saying is, and this reflects back to what we were talking about earlier with the descent from Set, where the descent from Set they stayed righteous. They were able to stay on this path. They didn't fall off the balance beam.
They did, though. Like literally all of them except for Noah.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is back before the flood, once you fell off the balance beam, you couldn't get back up on. And he's setting up after the flood that now if you fall off the balance beam, once a year you can get a reset where you can get back on again. I don't have to now just totally destroy you, because once a year you can get back on.
I see what you mean. So Jody said, I heard 40 days might be connected to agriculture from planting seed to a second stage. That's an interesting interpretation. I think there's probably something to that.
Yeah, and definitely something with the 40 days being a generation as well.
Yeah, or 40 anything being a generation.
Exactly.
Indicative of it. So
I wanted to go back to Graham's. I know you got short on time. It's excellent about the repenting. part, because I did not think about it before. So basically, Noah stayed righteous. He did not fall. That's why he did not need to repent. Everybody else kind of fell and could not get back up. And that's. And when is the day when people can repent?
Yom Kippur. It literally means the day of repentance.
And the other thing that I'm picking up on this is it's almost like this is where they're setting the length of time in which men can live. Before this, you didn't have a set length of time. And it's like at the flood, they're setting like the clock ticking and just noticing that that setup there.
Interesting.
Or the middle. So there was who was husband of Sarah, father of Isaac?
Abraham.
He was 80 Abraham. So Abraham was 80 years old when he had his son. If I'm not mistaken, like if the Bible wrote it, like I remember I was very sure.
I thought he was 100 and Sarah was 90.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, 190. Well, so 100. He was 100. She was 90.
Okay. So 40 is the length of life? I thought it's the middle of life.
No, it represents a generation. So every 40 years is a generation.
It's the time from birth to when you have a kid.
Okay.
So, let's see. Oh, this is interesting. There's a Sumerian version where the angel of death who shaped the clay had agreed to kill all men, though he changed his mind and told his secret to a wall before. That's Enki, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't.
No, it's Ea. Ea.
Well, Ea was the one who wanted to destroy the earth. Enki was the one who informed the Pishnin.
Well, no. So Enki is Ea. Enlil's the one who wanted to send the flood.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I had that wrong.
But yeah, we should probably continue unless anyone has any other thoughts on this.
Nope, I'm good to go.
Actually, so another thing, it's not like they didn't have a chance to repent because he told them that the flood was coming because of their sins and nobody believed him. Like there's nothing saying he couldn't let other people on board. It's just no one else decided to even try.
Well, and that's what I'm saying is this is sort of like Cain, where they're almost like robotic. And each time there's like another option added that's available for them to choose. And it's sort of like they didn't have the option to not be righteous. So, it's like it's being added there as they're getting more choice. And here it's like they didn't get on the boat because why would they bother getting righteous again?
Interesting. So, let me see if I can find something real quick. Oh, wait. Shoot. There's got to be a shoot.
And that would explain the ridicule of Noah as well with the, hey, why aren't you just having fun like all of us? Why are you actually doing some work?
Oh, yeah. Wait. Kara, you've seen Ari Shafir's, have you seen his comedy?
Yes, yeah. Did you? Yeah.
Yeah, do you remember the part they did on Noah and like how like
yeah.
Oh my god, it's so funny. But yeah, so here, check this out. It'll give me a second to just catch my breath and then we'll finish off.
Shabbat Shalom. I'm sure you all know the Rashi near the beginning of this week's Parsha, Parshat Noach, where he brings the disagreement among our sages as to why the Torah specified that Noach was a tzaddik.
So this is actually interesting. So where was it? They say it takes 40 years to develop your reasoning skills, and you responded 40 years to get wise. And this didn't used to be the case, but ever since the whole Sabbatean heresy, there's kind of been, it's like an unspoken rule, or not, it's actually kind of like, it's a rule that's spoken, but it's not actually enforced, if that makes any sense, as opposed to an unspoken rule. But basically this idea you have to be married, have 2 kids at least, and study Torah before you ever start learning Kabbalah. But at the end of the day, that's like, you're not going to be, like, oh, you're a bad Jew because you did that. It's like, that it's kind of, no one takes that seriously, really, unless you have someone who's like getting into it and they're getting into it for the wrong reasons. Then it's clear that they probably shouldn't be, but that's for a whole other reason. But
B'dorotav, in his generations.
so yeah,
One says it's
righteous
to
according
praise
to
him.
his generation.
In his own generation, which was a generation full of corrupt people, he was a tzaddik. He was righteous. If he had lived in a generation of righteous or good-doing people, he would have been stand out even greater as a tzaddik, as a righteous person. But the other opinion is that it's to his detriment. It's deprecating. It means that in a generation where everyone is so corrupt and so morally perverse, he stands out as someone who's righteous. But if he had lived in a generation of normal people, not to mention a generation of righteous people like Abraham, he would not have stood out so much as a tzaddik. I've always been wondered about that midrash. It's true that the midrash, like so many others, is based on what seems to be a superfluous word, b'dorotav, even in the plural, in his generations. But still, why take it in a direction that puts Noah in a bad light? What's behind that approach? But when we look at the Parsha, it actually makes sense, because in his generation and the generation before the flood, when Noah is singled out by God and told to build the ark and save humanity and save creation, he stands out as a tzaddik. But after the flood, when he's actually the only one left and he's all by himself, he shows a very different side of his personality. He gets drunk, he exposes himself, and he gets angry and curses not only his son, who apparently did something horrible, but his grandson, who, as far as you know, did nothing. So there seems to be good reason to suspect that Noah had this other side to his character as well. And in fact, it's quite clear, people who look closely at these things, that Chazal, as a rule, do not make tzaddik, do not amplify, intensify this personality as one of the righteous people and great prophets that should be emulated. However, and there are many explanations for this and many other views, and the story has been taken in different directions and different traditions. But the one that the midrash that seems to me to make the most sense, at least have packed the greatest moral lesson, is the one that views the two sides of the story, the two parts of the story, not as displaying different sides to Noah's character, but as a chronological development, describing how he was at one stage of his life and at another. In the first stage of his life, when he was younger, he is called a tzaddik. But afterwards, after the flood, when he comes out, he becomes ish adamah, a man of the earth, a man of earthy or dirty type qualities as well. And the Midrash goes on to contrast this with Moshe Rabbeinu, where the opposite holds. He's called at first Ish Mitzri, just a simple Egyptian citizen, but at the end, Ish Elohim, a person was reached almost a divine character. And I think that the moral lesson here is clear, but we should remember that it's a double lesson. We'll all, of course, jump on the model of Moshe Rabbeinu, someone who starts out as simple Ish Mitzri and ends up as Ish Elohim, and take from this encouragement that, we should always strive to move upper and upper among the spiritual path. But we should also not forget the example of Noah, who starts out as a tzaddik tamim and falls down to become Ish Adamah. And no matter how far along the path we may be or may think we are, or people tell us we are, we should always remember that, you can fall. And you fall hard. And when you fall, it's not easy to get up again. So we have a double lesson from this midrash for our parsha. Thank you very much, and Shabbat Shalom.
Interesting. So did y'all have any thoughts of that before we finish off the last part?
No, I was going to say a lot of what he had to say about Noah's changing character, I don't want to comment on until we get to that part in the next chapter.
Oh, true. That's fair. So, let's see. Just need to think of sorry. It's like I honestly I need to write down songs that I know I can use for this, because it's like yeah, I can just look at here. I'll see what shows up in my playlist, and then I can just use that.
Look up top 10 chants, and
Well, see, that's the thing. I'm not using chants. I'm literally just using the like various ballads and tunes.
Oh, okay.
So let's see. Ooh, that might work. Actually, no, it's sorry, one. No. Oh, okay, wait. Oh, I know. No. Okay, perfect. Got it.
Oh, is there any? What's the meaning of the word ark? Are they doing any special words to that, or?
Teva. So interesting. So this is going to blow your mind. Do you know what it also means?
No, what?
Nature. So okay, so Teva in this context, it's probably from Egyptian ship, ark, or chest. So the idea of like a bark, a bark ship.
Yeah, no, I know the Egyptian bark. Yeah.
Yeah. So called to be keen from the measures of Noah's Ark, but then you also have anyway, what I was trying to show you is here. If you spell it differently, so it is spelled differently, but it's pronounced the same way. Teva. Teva means to, let's see, sink down, but there's Tava'at. Interesting. It should have it here, unless it's, I don't know. Oh, it's probably spelled a different way. Oh, it's with a hey. That's right. Sorry. So it's Tava. Is it? Oh, it would be before this. Tavacha, Tava. It would be before this. No, I don't know. I must be mistaken. But there is a context of Teva meaning nature, but it's not direct.
Gotcha.
It's all the same thing. So yeah. So Teva. Let's see. It's here Teva. Oh wait. We already looked into this. So I just want to see if there's Tevua, that which is brought in. So it's basically something which contains something else. It's a chest. So that's why the ark is. Keep in mind, there's a different word for ark than the word that's used for ark for the Ark of the Covenant is aron. It means like a chest or like a cabinet, whereas this is a box. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it's a container sort of concept.
Yeah. And so it also, you have this mirroring of, Moses, who also starts with Mem, who is in, so that's where it is. The word for basket that he's put in, that word is Teva as well. So Moses is in an ark as well, but it just gets understood as a basket.
Interesting. That is a good catch, Ariel. Thank you.
Yeah. So, oh shoot, what was the song I was going to? Oh right, it was all right. Wait, was it? Where is it here? Oh yeah. ואדוני פתח שבע ערובות שמיים להמטיר מים מן השמיים על הארץ ארבעים יום וארבעים לילה וגם מעינות תהום פעלו מים עד כי מלא כל העולמים shoot. Oh wait, yeah. I need to find a tune that I actually know, like subconsciously. 1 second. So, what is it? No. Okay, I got it. Where was I? So, yeah. Okay, so. וגם מעיינות התהום העלו מים עד כי מלאו כל העולמים ויגברו המים על yeah, shoot, I 1 moment. course this happened. Oh wait. Oh, got it. וגם מעיינות התהום הלא מים, עד כי מלא כל העולם מים ויגבורו. המים על הארץ 15 אימה מלמעלה גבורו המים על כל החרים הגבהים ותרום הטבע מעל הארץ ותלך על פני המים ויהי מים על פני הארץ 5 חודשים 50 ומאות יום ותנח על ראש עלוב עד אחר הרי ערערת בחודש הרביעי נזכרו בעינות התהום רבה וערובות השמיים נכלאו ובראש החודש השביעי נבקעו כל בעיינות תהומות בארץ וזרם המים החול לרדת אל התחתית התהום ובראש החודש העשירי נרור השערים ובראש החודש הראשון נראותה האדמה וישובו המים מעל הארץ הלוך ושבוע החמישי בשנה השביעית בו 17 יום לחודש השני יבשה הארץ ובשבע 20 יום בו הסיר את מכסה הטבע וישלח מתוקה את חיית הארץ ועוף השמיים והרמס. So, okay, so I'll translate that, and then whenever you have to go, you'll go, but hopefully we can get some of this out. So, and also the fountains, or like mayanot, the sources of water, the springs, the springs of the deep went up, and the water, ha'alo, they sent up mayim, they sent up waters until that it was full, until the whole world was full of water. And they grew, or they strengthened, the water strengthened unto or up to the earth 5 asara chamesh asra 15 amma 15 cubits lima Allah to go like higher higher Givru Hamaim al Kol Haharim Hagvahayim. So it's saying 15 cubits above the highest of the mountains. And Terum Hativa, and the ark was lifted Me'al Ha'aretz from up upon the earth, V'telech al Pnei Hamaim, and it telech, it walked, or like it moved upon the face of the waters. Interesting. So in this context, the ark is being paralleled in some ways to the Ruach Elohim al Pnei Hamayim. Because here you have al Pnei Hamayim. It's a direct parallel. That like this is representing almost like the godliness that was left within man, or within humanity, and is preserving them within this thing that is. And I've actually heard there's this really amazing. She's a scholar. She's a religious studies scholar. She's a member of the LDS Church. She focuses on the connections between like Asherah and the LDS concept of like the Heavenly Mother. But something that she's found is that there's a lot of like mother symbolism within this idea of the ark, that it's like a womb, and it's preserving. It's in some ways it's I forget exactly what it was, but the other thing is how how wisdom within the Jewish understanding is often likened to something that moves upon the waters. And so that's actually something that later gets used in the imagery of Jesus when he walks upon the stormy shore.
Definitely.
Any other thoughts before I continue translating? We're almost done.
What I said earlier about the the seven floodgates being the seven double letters. I'm seeing the parallels to the whole, the fractal aspect of the like you said, the ark and the tabernacle and the container going on there. The waters and the waters in the earth and going on.
Oh, I think I got it. It's almost like a rebirth, because think about it. It's a vessel that contains life, but the waters are outside. They're not inside, because in the womb, the waters are inside, whereas the air is outside. And so this is a reversal. It's a rebirthing of the world.
Yes, via an inversion, like I keep talking about, and you picked up on that. Wonderful catch, Ariel. Great job.
Thanks. Any thoughts, Kara? Oh, you're muted.
I unmuted the wrong thing. Yeah. I think ark containing life is a symbol of rebirth. But I am still thinking about Noah changing in after the waters left, Noah becoming the earthman, and the earthman would become like corrupt in a sense, which is interesting.
I was going to say, picking up on Kara, the only thought that I had was sort of that's Noah letting his hair down now that he knows he can get forgiven too.
Yeah.
Oh,
interesting. I also wonder if there's maybe this aspect of like he's seen the whole world destroyed, and so all of a sudden he's not so sure that he all of a sudden he's like, well, if you can do that, then I can do this. Like it's almost like he thinks that he's justified because he's seen the whole world destroyed. Almost kind of like how when Job is questioning God and God asks him, where were you when I created the heavens and the earth?
No, I'd like that interpretation, and it fits right alongside of I spent hundreds of years without sowing any wild seeds. It's my turn to get jiggy with it now that I can get forgiven.
Yeah, I mean, arguably, it seems like he was the creator of viticulture, at least according to. I mean, probably not. Well, I guess actually, you can call yourself the founder of everything if you're the first, if you're the oldest man alive, and everyone else is gone.
Who's gonna say otherwise? Get off of my whole earth.
Yeah. So, and the ark was lifted upon, upon the face of the waters. And so the waters were upon the face of the earth, Chamisha Chodashim, 5 months, Chamishim Me'ot, 500 days. What? So it's saying, this is because it's Jubilees. It's saying for 5 months, 150 days. Wait, what? Chamisha Me'ot. Oh, I thought it was Chamisha Me'ot. It's Chamisha Ume'at. So it's 50 and 100. I thought it was 500, like 50, 100. I don't know. I'm tired. So it was 150 days or 5 months. And it moved. Was it Tanakh? And it moved to rest upon the head Haluvar, the head of Lubar, one of the mountain Achar. This should probably be Achad because this says Achar, so it should and one of the other, or basic Achar or Achad, basically one or another of the Hare Ararat, one of the mountains of Ararat. And on the Chodesh Haravi, on the 4th moon or on the 4th month, Naskrau, what's this? Sakar. Oh, they were closed. the Mayanot Tehom. This is interesting. The springs of literally. So here it says of the great deep, but before it translated it as Sheol. So this interesting. Tehom Rabbah is Sheol. Any thoughts on that?
So the great deep is Sheol. Just noting it.
Yeah. So the Aruvot Hashamayim and the openings of the heavens were closed. So it's like springs that cause water to flow up, and then the other word is what is it? Aruvot. So it's like the openings. It's almost like an aperture in the roof looking to the ground floor, answering to the Greek hypathron, window in the wall projected. It almost seems like it's referring in some ways to like a waterfall, because it's talking about the water pouring out of it. So it's like water falling out of it. So falling versus shooting up. And so let's see. And on the head, or on the first of the Shabbat of the 7th month, Nikbaku, they cleaved open on the 7th month all the springs cleaved shut, maybe? Oh no, it's saying we're opened. Wait, what? So it's saying there's more water? This doesn't make sense. Wait, and on the new moon in the 4th month, the fountains of the great deep were closed and the floodgates were restrained. And on the new moon of the 7th month, so it stopped and then it started again according to this?
No, what I'm getting there is I'm looking at different translation, but it's the fountains of the deep were closed. The floodgates of heaven were restrained in the 4th month. And on the 7th month, the floodgates were opened again, but that was to let the waters out rather than to come in.
Oh, I see. So they were cleaved open so
in order to drain. Yeah.
All right. All the springs of the deep, or all the springs of the deep of the earth, and they rose, and the water rose. Was it the water? Oh no, hachel leradit. So the water, what's hachol? The water began to go down to the tachtit, to the bottom of Tehom, or to the deep below, and on the head of the month. Of the 10th month, Neru that we brought. Wait, not Naru. We saw Reshi Haharim. Oh no, it's saying the heads of the mountains could be seen at the head of the 10th month. Interesting. So that Berosh and then Reshi. So here you have this idea. There's a parallel between the head of the mountain and the head of the month. And then and on the head of the month of the head of the first month, that Nirata Hadamat, that the earth could be seen, or that became visible. The waters departed from Me'al Haaretz, from upon the earth. Haloch Vishuv, they went and returned in the 7th Bishavu. Oh no, in the 5th week. Bishavua hachamishi bishana hashvi'it, in the 7th year thereof, and then we have 2 more. So and bishiv and on the 17th day lechodesh shashani, of the 2nd month yabasha, of the dry land. So the earth was drained. The earth was drained. The earth was dry. The earthland was dry on the was the 17th day in the 2nd month. Uveshiva Vesrim, and on the 17th day, he entered, or he opened Hasir. He went around at Hamiske, or he opened the entrance, or the cover of the Hateva, of the ark, and he sent out Metuka, into the midst, at Chayat Haaretz, the beasts of the earth, the Of Hashemayim, and the birds of the heavens, and the Remes, and the creatures.
Interesting. No, one of the things I'm picking up on there is the whole idea of, again, the gates and the deep, and What is the specific meaning of Lubar?
It's just a name. It's a mountain name. You're
Where-
not going to find it here because it's not a Hebrew word. Just
Oh,
like
it's not a Hebrew word? Okay.
just like Ararat.
Okay. Okay.
Anyway, oh, nice. We're at like 444, almost 44. But
I
yeah.
have to go.
Take care. Take care.
Bye, Kara. Thank you for popping in. It's always fun with you.
I will wait until 4 to leave. Just like 4 more seconds. Yeah, thank you, Graham. It was always fun.
Take care. So
Yeah, no, I'm trying to see. There was something else that I was picking up on that I wanted to bring up. That was the what again the whole dome model going on here. You can see why people would extract it out of here.
let's see. So so the tree of life represents the daytime sky. The tree of knowledge is the nighttime sky. Interesting. Where are you pulling this from? Let's see. What's this? The night sky represents the underworld of hell, Sheol, everything else. Oh, I see what you're saying. Atheists are joined in clipotic kind of way. See Sirat in Islam. And then you were saying bye to Kara. And Kara said bye. 4444. Let's see. Like it's funny because some people like, and I don't fault anyone for thinking there's like a metaphysical value to it. I just like the aesthetic value of it more than anything. It's the same way with crystals. Some people think there's deep meaning to crystals. Maybe there is, but I just like the look of it.
Well, you don't need anything more than that you like it more enough to want it around.
Yeah, it's kind of like same with religion. I don't need it to be true to find it interesting. And again, what does true even mean? Because it depends on what level you're talking about.
Oh, I got a good definition. Truth is that which I cannot deny, regardless of how much I try and how much I wish it weren't true.
Technically, couldn't you just say that truth is that which is not false?
Yeah, but then you're being tautological. Mine's sort of a pain function.
Let's see, so let's see. Wait, what's this on 40th day? Oh yeah, the dove was sent out on 40th day. Let's see, secret societies. Sirat is the bridge which joins the Sephiroth. It's the deep tree of life, and all the plants are Sephiroth. Are you in? Yeah,
Now, I did have one quick observation here, Ariel, that I think is pretty significant, and that's when they're talking about the mouths of the deep and the floodgates of heaven. Those look to be the 7 double letters with the 2 aspirations, one of them for the above in the heavens, one of them for below in the deeps.
Oh, wow. So I think you're onto something there. So check this out. I just want to pull up this reference real quick because it's going to throw some things into context. So look at this. So this is Proverbs 9. So chokhmot. So this is wisdoms, not wisdom. Wisdoms. Banta beta. She has built her house. Chatzva amudea. She has hewed out her pillars. Shiva, her 7 pillars. So I think this might be connected. And it's like, okay, well, they're both 7, but what's the connection other than that? But there is a connection. Wait 1 second. What's the connection? So can you guess what the connection between pillars and water is?
Immediately, I'm thinking about the land emerging from the waters, but like an abridged sort of concept, but I don't think that's where you're going with it.
Wait, say that one more time.
I was getting the sort of the bridge emerging from the water in the pillars emerging from the waters and basically in a bridge sort of concept over it. They'd be the 7 pillars forming like basically the pillars that the bridge sits on above it then.
Oh, interesting. So
it's an interesting analogy, but I don't know if it fits in this case.
So here's what I'm looking at. So you've mentioned before the story of Pardes, right? There? Hello? Graham?
I'm back.
All right. So
Headphone drop. No, I was saying is I think Pardes is a wonderful way. That sort of vertical analysis, horizontal surface, and then interference pattern.
yeah, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the story of entering Pardes.
Yeah, the pomegranates and the rabbis. Yeah.
Let's see, where is it? So there's a connection to what we just read in the. If I can pull it up without it showing me. Dang, hold on. Pardes. Pardes. Wait, maybe I have to look specifically here. Okay, let's see. Entering Pardes. Here. So let's see, sheets. So look at this. So the sages taught, four entered the orchard, Pardes. In example, dealt with the loftiest secrets of the Torah, and they are as follows: Ben Azai and Ben Zoma, Acher. So Ben Zoma was Acher. The other, is it? Wait, no. So it was Ben Azai and Ben Zoma, and then Acher, the other name for Elisha ben Avuya, and Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, the senior among them, said to them, when upon your arrival in the upper worlds you reach pure marble stones, do not say water, water, although they appear to be water, because it is stated, he who speaks falsehood shall not be established before my eyes. So, I mean, what do you make of that? Because you have pure marble stones, and then you look back to Proverbs 9, where it's talking about wisdom, because water and the 7 pillars are associated with her. And so here you're dealing with essentially 7 openings. And it's almost like, what are the, like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying. One of the ones that I always had an answer for, that not saying water, water one, is the idea of the map and the territory not being the same. And if you're basically saying the word, that's not the same thing that it is. And again, we're at the pluriform here, where I like your interpretation, and I think mine works as well.
So like it's more in like a referential way, that it's kind of like you can never actually refer to anything truly.
Exactly. And that's where you can only experience it. And that's sort of like the point of the whole Maimonides. It's sort of like a cookbook. It's like somebody can never tell you the experience of a chocolate cake. But if they give you a recipe, you can experience that yourself if you bake the cake yourself. Know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So Jody's connecting us to the 3 pillars of the Masons are the apprentice, adept, and master pillar. Master equals Adonai. Adept can said to be Enoch. And I assume the third is Elijah. Interesting. I don't know, but interesting if that is the case. But yeah. So going back to here, so. When you reach pure marble stones, do not say water, water, although they appear to be water. So, like, to me, it almost feels like it's this idea of like the stones are almost like the gates, and then the gates are removed, and then the water pours. You see what I'm saying?
No, I can definitely see where you're getting that. That's definitely worth keeping in mind and building up from it as well.
Yeah. So he who speaks falsehood will not be established before my eyes. The Gemara proceeds to relate what happened to each of them. Ben Azai glimpsed at the divine presence, the Shekhinah. I'm guessing that's I'm not 100% sure what it's using though, and died. And with regard to him, the verse states, precious in the eyes of the Lord is the death of his pious ones. Ben Zoma glimpsed at the divine presence and was harmed. He lost his mind. And with regard to him, the verse states, have you found honey? Eat as much as is sufficient for you, lest you become full from it and vomit it. Acher chopped down the shoots of saplings. So you know what this is implying most likely? He chopped them down to replant them.
Yeah, no, I agree.
In other words, he became a heretic. Rabbi Akiva came out safely. And so one of the things is that so Elisha ben Avuya, he's the guy that ends up falling for the, or he basically becomes the, what's the word? Oh, and here, oh shoot, one second. Yeah, you're right. Enoch, it comes from the root chanoch or chinuch. It means to educate or instruct. So yeah, it's connected with adept in that form. But so Elisha ben Avuya, he was the one who was notable for the two powers in heaven heresy.
Oh, okay.
So, and this has been my big theory as long as I've known about her. It's not talking about some, because whenever you're talking with a fundamentalist Christian, they're probably going to imply that it's Jesus. But the thing is, you have like, you could say that there's like the Logos or whatever, but ultimately what they're referring to is actually the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit is definitely understood as feminine. So unless they want to admit that Jesus is feminine, the two powers are not two men. It's a man and a woman, or, a feminine and a masculine.
No, I totally agree. It's sort of like the first three, you have the Aleph, which is neither feminine nor masculine. And then you're producing almost a feminine masculine aspect to it in the Shin and Mem. And from my standpoint, it's really neither of those are the Shekinah. It's almost like the Aleph is almost that above intangible part, but the Shekinah is almost like that motion that we're talking about that's moving around between the three. It's not any of the letters, but it's that motion between the three. Does that make sense to you, Ariel?
Yeah. So here, let me see if I can find this. Yeah. So here, and then this is probably how we can end off. Why did God ultimately send the flood, according to the rabbis? So the Gemara answers, and the Gemara asks, and is Rava not concerned for this possibility, but isn't it taught in a Braita? To what is this repeated examination of a man comparable? To one who places a finger in his eye, for as long as the finger is in his eye, the eye will tear and continue to tear. Here too, the priest's action will lead to an increased emission of seed. The Gemara answers, and Rava would claim that if the priest's limbs were not quaking and the seed was coming out in drops, there is indeed a concern that an examination might increase the emission. But when he did feel his limbs quaking, this concern does not apply. The reason is that with regard to any warming of the body, or it probably means any inflaming or inciting of the body that leads to seminal emission, and that is then followed up by another warming at the time when the seed is being uprooted, it is uncommon for the latter warming to increase the emission. Consequently, in this case, the priest may hold his member even with a soft cloth. The Gemara discusses the matter itself. Rabbi Eliezer says, with regard to anyone who holds his member and urinates, it is considered as though he is bringing a flood to the world. What do you make of that?
I'm not quite sure what to make of that, to be honest with you, Ariel.
So originally I thought it was saying that essentially when God flooded the world that he essentially urinated on the world, but that seemed a bit too vulgar, as funny as that would be. But no, so the rabbi said to Rabbi Eliezer, but if one does not hold his member, small drops are sprayed on his legs, and he appears as one whose member has been severed. A man with that affliction is incapable of fathering children. People who see urine on his legs might suspect that he is suffering from that condition, and as a result, they will cast aspersions about his children and say that they are children born from a forbidden relationship. Rabbi Eliezer said to them, it is preferable that people cast aspersions about his children, that they are bastards, and he should not render himself wicked even 1 moment before the omnipresent. With regards to the same issue, is it taught in another Braita that Rabbi Eliezer said to the rabbis in response, it is possible for one to avoid spraying urine on his legs? How so? Let a person stand on an elevated place and urinate downward, or urinate into an area where there is loose soil which absorbs the urine so that it is not ricochet upward, and he should not render himself wicked even 1 moment before the omnipresent. The Gemara asks, which of these replies did Rabbi Eliezer say to the rabbis first? If we say that it was the first statement, i.e. that he should not hold his member even if people might cast aspersions about his children, that he said to the rabbis first, and subsequently he told them that there was a way to avoid urine being sprayed on the legs. This is difficult. After saying to them that it is a prohibition, would he then say to them a practical remedy by saying that one can avoid urine being sprayed on the legs? Rabbi Eliezer indicated that if one cannot do so, he may hold his member, which contradicts his other statement. Rather, clearly he said, wait, let's see, is it here? Okay. Yeah, here. So the Gemara asks, and why must one refrain to that extent from holding his member? Because as a result of holding his member, he might emit semen for naught. As Rabbi Yochanan says, anyone who emits semen for naught is liable to receive the punishment of death at the hand of heaven, as it is stated with regard to Onan, the son of Judah. And it came to pass when he engaged in intercourse with his brother's wife that he spilled it on the ground, lest he should give his seed to his brother. And that's a weird way to phrase it, but yeah. And the thing that he did was evil in the eyes of the Lord, and he slew him also. So Rabbi Yitzchak and Rabbi Ami said, one who emits semen for naught is considered as though he sheds blood, as it is stated, but draw near here, you sons of the sorceress, the seed of the adulterer and the harlot. Are you not children of transgression, a seed of falsehood? You that inflame yourselves among the terebinths, under every leafy tree, that slay shochate the children in the valleys, under the cliffs of the rocks. Do not read this word as shochate, rather read it as sochate. An example, one who squeezes out sochet, seed, is considered to have shed the blood of the children who could have been born from that seed. That's the same reason why when it refers to the bloods of your brother cry out from the earth to heaven, it's not saying the blood, it's saying the bloods, because it's referring to all his potential offspring. Because dam doesn't just mean blood, it also means likeness. It could mean seed as well. So like damu, so like damuzid, it literally like damu means son in I forget which Semitic language that is, but the point is that you have this idea that dam, and it's actually very similar to the idea of haima in Greek that Amon talks about. That haima is both blood and seed.
Okay, go on.
So yeah, basically, there's this idea that you. Like people are saying that, people were sacrificing their children to the gods in old times, but really they were having free love. And frankly, that was seen as unacceptable by the later editors who were coming back from exile and basically wanted to get rid of anything they saw as Babylonian or pagan. But before this, it was completely normal within Israelite society.
No, I can definitely see what you're saying there. Again, one of the thoughts that occurs to me with that, how they're parsing out the urination thing, there seems to be a certain sense of if a rabbi pees in the woods with nobody around, it doesn't really matter. He doesn't have to worry about it.
Interesting. I didn't even think of it that way.
Because there's no way his children could possibly be shamed if nobody ever sees it on his pants before it dries. You still don't want to defile it and spray it on yourself, but the pants argument is sort of moot.
Yeah. And Jody says, grab the serpent by the tail. I thought it's grab the tiger by the toe.
Only if the tiger asks nice.
You basically have to be Dionysus, otherwise you're going to get your ass handed to you by that tiger.
Right. Or, the lion, Daniel can get away with that one too.
Yeah, but it's only because he's protected by, well, some would say Yahweh, but I'd say both him and Asherah. I mean, literally, she's the lioness.
No, very true. Good catch there. And I was thinking that, my experience with cats, if you rub the tail nice enough, they usually will let you get away with it.
Yeah. I think my dog is turning into a cat. Well,
you'll know that when he jumps up onto the top of the couch and sleeps there.
She probably would if she could. Let's see. So I just want to go to Jubilees and see what the next part is, and then we'll end off. So let's see. Jubilees. Let's see. But yeah, I think we had a really good conversation tonight. It's also especially because, it might be, it's kind of strange, but in a certain way, it was very on topic because people have this idea that the reason that God destroyed the world was because humanity was corrupted, and some people have even tried to imply, for instance, Mr. Delicioso, he was trying to imply that the corruption was genetic and trying to imply that, because of this, we're going through the flood again. And so,
no, and I was going to say, and part of what I'm taking away here, and again, if you start looking at this as some of the more building of societal aspects, that whole the flood allowed then for that yearly forgiveness aspect. That was why there was no need to ever send another one again. Some of what we're extracting here just makes a whole lot of sense, at least from my standpoint. What do you think, Ariel?
Definitely. So it's also like, if you think about it, it's not like, obviously you have the destruction, but you also have the renewal, like this idea that the earth is reborn anew in the water.
Exactly, and some of it is sort of hitting on the idea that I've been at least keeping, and one of the ones I've been keeping track of is the idea this is the emergence of God into consciousness and embodiment into a body. And
Okay, that's freaky.
and that's the idea that maybe that he's basically trying to keep getting a better and better version until there's finally one that's good enough for him to live with.
So guess what? Right when you said that, guess what? I got a notification from Snappy.
Okay.
Guess what they said?
What?
We still can't even properly define or isolate consciousness in the body. Like this is in response to something about like consciousness, and like, I don't know, I just thought it was interesting how it was like a it was like a synchronization.
No, absolutely. Well, part of the problem is that's one of the inherent features, not bugs, in science, is it takes subconscious experience out of its realm of evaluation. It's like it can examine anything but the subjective experience of the scientist, because that's what all of its examination is predicated on. It's basically it can't watch itself.
Interesting. But yeah, we should probably close. Oh wait, yeah. Here, let's get a sneak peek. So let's see. Uberosh HaChodesh, on the first of the month, the third month, Yatzei Min Hateva, they went out from the ark and they built a mizbeach, vayiven mizbeach al hahar hazeh, upon that mountain, vayira al haaretz, and they saw the earth. Vayikach seir ezim. And he took a hairy a seir ezim, like a goat kid, or a hair, what is this, seir? Yeah, a goat ezim, a goat. I don't know, it's weird. Rach and made atonement. Rach Kippur, like he mercifully atoned bidamo by its blood upon all the ishmat, upon all the offenses of haaretz. See, so he's atoning for the earth. That's what I was talking about. He makes an atonement for the earth. Ishmat haaretz ki nichmad, because it was pleasant, or machad, because it was wiped out. Kol hayakum, everything that existed, asher haya, that everything that was alea, upon the earth, lavad, like nothing left. Masher hayu et noach beteva, nothing left from other than Noah and the ark. So and he was Vayisam et chalvo, and he placed the fat upon the altar, and he took a what's this? An ox, the ayil, and a ram, the kavesh, and a sheep, the seir, and a goat, azim, and goats, the malach, and salt, the tor, and consigned or surrendered it, ubnei yonah, and the young of a dove. Oh, so like a young dove. Let's see here. Okay, here we'll end off with 5. So vaya al eshe, and he placed and he made a fire, like a burnt offering, go up al hamizbeach, upon the altar, and also gifts came apaveot. What's this? I'm not sure what this is. Something maybe mingled bishemen vayizrak, in oil and zerek, and scattered et hadam, scattered the blood, v'yain, and the wine, vayisam al hakol, and placed them all upon levuna, upon frankincense, vaya'al, and upon reach nichot, upon pleasant smells, leratzon lifnei Adonai, before, or like for the favor, before the presence of God. Vayarech Adonai, and God smelled et reach, he smelled the reach, the smell, hanichot, he smelled the pleasant smell, vayikrut, and he cut ito with him a breach, a covenant, levil, so that Yihiyeh, that he would not, Yihiyeh od mabul lishchat ha'arts, that he would never again send a flood against the earth.
Now, that does sound like a good place to leave off, because you have a whole lot there for us to unpack starting tomorrow.
Definitely. So, we're going to close it off with, where is it? Let's see. Is it here? Let's see.
Oh, and before you start that, Ariel,
Yeah.
I'd like to say that we were a good example of that whole forgiveness and recovery thing. We had a little spat, and we patched it over. So
yeah,
we helped embody our story tonight.
that and the whole idea of devouring each other. But resolved it.
Exactly.
Anyway.
They couldn't resolve it back then.
Yeah. Anyway, let's see what is it here.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read them. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, Mashiach now, we don't want to